Good morning. Good morning. Can we have this a little bit louder? Good morning.
Good morning.
It's just wonderful to see all of you here this morning. My name is Ute Peuge, and I'm the Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Humanities. And the college is also the proud home of the Africana Studies program, which is, of course, a university-wide program. And with its director, Dr. Régine Jean-Charles, the organizer and main sponsor of today's symposium. I want to say welcome, a warm welcome to all of you who braved the cold and are here in this room in Boston, in this beautiful room in Boston, surrounded by the full complexity of Boston neighborhoods as well. And I also want to give a warm welcome to all of you who are joining us online. And I have the feeling, given the cold spell that we are having in Boston, this might be more and more of you who are in fact joining us online. It is really an honor to welcome you to our one-day symposium that brings together Northeastern communities and Boston communities and communities elsewhere to reflect on the connection between Black feminism and Black freedom in honor of Bell Hooks, cultural theorist and activist, public intellectual, teacher, feminist writer, and also an intellectual hero for so many of us. I want to thank Dr. Régine Jean-Charles, our Director of Africana Studies, for building the vision of literally coming together, well, I say literally as well as online, coming together in order to reimagine together. This has been a theme of her directorship, and it has already given us many, many opportunities for reflection as well as for joy. The early February symposium in honor of Bell Hooks is now something that Dr. Jean-Charles is making into an important tradition. A tradition that brings together cultural inquiry and activism, that brings together deep commitments to local and global action. It also shows the commitments of Africana Studies, commitments to the public humanities, commitments that Africana Studies shares with the entire college and sometimes also with the entire university. So again, commitments to public humanities, commitments to Black feminist practice of community co-creation, deep engagement with the communities that surround us wherever we are. Black feminists from the Combahee River Collective to Bell Hooks to everyone involved in today's conversations have articulated values and practices that really need to be at the heart of all political transformations. They, for that matter, also need to be at the heart of all our work in the academy. And we are really honored today to have, as part of our conversations, people who have been deeply honored with Pulitzer Prizes. I'm also just so thrilled, I have to say, that Demeter Frazier, one of the founding members of the collective, is joining us today. And I have to tell you, if you are listening, that I was just thrilled to learn that, among other things, Demeter is also a graduate of Northeastern, of the law school here at Northeastern. So again, just a program that really intersects with so many important things that are part of Boston history, but really also part of the global history of the struggle for freedom, and in particular, the role that Black feminism plays in that struggle. So let me just say a few more words about what is also so clear in the program, right? You have really inspiring quotes there about how the struggle for Black women's freedom is really, in many ways, the yardstick for the freedom of everybody. And I'm quite convinced that if more people could hold the complexities that Black writers, Black feminist writers, Black activists, and again, these intersections are so clear, have given the world, if more of us could hold those complexities and the shout outs for action could hold all of those and act according to this, this world would truly be a much, much better place. What they have really urged all of us to hold is a focus on intersections in identities, in oppression, as well as in liberation, an insistence on connecting the personal to the public and to the political, an insistence on connecting theory to practice and to activism, An insistence also on holding together grief and analysis, holding together resistance and joy. Again, I'm just deeply honored to be allowed to welcome you today. And without further ado, I want to turn the microphone over to my dear colleague and friend, Dr. Régine Jean-Charles, who is a much revered presence here on this campus and also the author of 4 books and a very important activist and intellectual in her own right. Dr. Jean-Charles.
Thank you, my dear Dean. Thank you so much, Dean Poiga, for the introduction. As I love to say, having a dean who shows up really makes a difference, and I appreciate you so much. Good morning, everyone. It is such a joy to welcome you here. But before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge this territory upon which Northeastern stands, which is the land of the Wampanoag and the Massachusetts people. We honor the continued efforts of the Native and Indigenous community leaders who work to preserve the history and culture of the tribes of Eastern Massachusetts and the surrounding region. Today, Boston is still home to many Indigenous people, including the Mashpee Wampanoag and the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead, Aquinnah, and Mi'kmaq, and many more in the region. And we also affirm that this land acknowledgement is insufficient. It does not undo the harm that has been and continues to be perpetuated against our Indigenous siblings. We urge all of you here to dig deeper into acts of solidarity, excuse me, and action that will not only honor in word, but will also demonstrate committed solidarity in action with Indigenous people across Turtle Island. So thank you warmly. When sorry, she always does this to me, Siri, I'm not talking to you. Thank you, I want to warmly welcome you, and I'm giving you double extra warmth because it's cold out there today. And I so appreciate that many of you braved the weather to be with us. We were actually supposed to have 50 high school students from BPS, from the John D. O'Brien, be with us, but school was canceled at BPS today, so I'm sure they're all joining us online. So I don't take lightly your physical presence, especially because last year when we did this, we were still in the COVID conditions. Right? So the chairs were spaced out more, and we were able to admit fewer people into the room. So thank you so much for being here. I really am very thrilled to welcome you to our 2nd annual Bell Hooks Symposium. We first gathered last year, 2 months after our beloved Black feminist trailblazer joined the ancestors. In the spirit of collective mourning and communal care, we cleared a space for reflection and celebration dedicated to the genius of bell hooks. That inaugural event included Kentucky natives like my friend, the journalist Dr. Meredith Clark here at Northeastern, and sociologist Dr. Saida Grundy from Boston University, as well as the historian Dr. Kelly Carter Jackson from Wellesley College, theologian Dr. Amy Victoria Atkins-Jones, and scholar activist Dr. Lorja Garcia Peña, among others. Together, we gifted ourselves with time as Black feminist scholars to mourn collectively and to share what the legacy of bell hooks meant to us intellectually, academically, professionally, and personally. We laughed, we cried, we loved, and we committed to honoring the legacy of bell hooks through our teaching, writing, activism, and just by being in community. It was a special, sacred gathering that left us all feeling full and grateful for the many gifts that bell hooks gave us and to the world. Now this year we gather under very different circumstances, still steadfastly committed to honoring our Black feminist ancestors and the roads that they paved for us to be here. We also take seriously the charge to imagine the futures they might have envisioned, as well as to reimagine together. Our symposium theme for 2023, it never rolls off the tongue until like April. Black feminism, Black freedom, is inspired by the long history of Black feminism as a freedom project from its very inception. Indeed, as Fannie Lou Hamer declared in 1971, nobody's free until everybody's free. Likewise, in 2017, Keeanga-Yamahtta Taylor posits strategies for freedom, writing about how we get free, writing about how we get free, which includes a conversation with founding members of the Combahee River Collective. And importantly, Mariame Kaba cites freedom as an organizing action by proclaiming in 2021, "We do this till we free us," end quote. Black, in other words, for the Black feminist, Black freedom is always front of mind. The manifold iterations and couplings of Black feminism and Black freedom serve as the inspiration, motivation, foundation, and point of departure for our symposium today. The compelling and too often elusive concept of freedom is one that has preoccupied Black feminists for centuries. Since the earliest conceptualization of the term, and even before, we have fought for, worked towards, and strived for freedom. These freedom dreamers, to use the words of Robin D.G. Kelley, have informed our vision as we imagine a better world in both theory and praxis. Our vision today is to once again clear a space for Black feminist praxis that traverses academic, activist, and artistic realms, and to imagine how these visions enable us to build better worlds. So we're going to reflect on the entwined theorizing, practicing, imagining, and visioning of Black feminism and Black freedom together. We're going to enjoy a range of presentations that experiment and innovate as our speakers meditate on the theme however they deem fit. And this is very important because from the inception of this event, we wanted it to be like in the bell hook spirit, so symposium with the lowercase s, where we're not, here to give like big long papers, and but rather what we want is people to give us reflections that come from their entire selves, right? And that was what bell hooks taught us. So our panelists are all bringing their whole selves to talk about this idea of Black feminism and Black freedom. And you'll also notice some things that we do. We're not reading everyone's bio, but on your program there is a QR code where you can find the bios of all of our illustrious panelists, which will keep you reading for days. I highly recommend you go on and read their work also. So it's our hope that this will be a time of encounter, dialogue, and imagining together that will energize, empower, and embolden us to continue or to begin the work of building a better, freer world for all. So before handing the mic to my moderator, my colleague, our first moderator, my colleague, Dr. Kabria Baumgartner, who I also call my cousin because she's the Dean's Associate Professor of History, and I'm the Dean's Professor of Culture and Social Justice, I want to thank our numerous co-sponsors. The Office of the Provost, David Madigan, the Office of the Dean of the College of Social Sciences and Humanities, who you met, Dr. Uta-Poiga, the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging that has generously sponsored our lunch today, the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies program full of my feminist siblings, the Department of Culture, Societies, and Global Studies, the Humanities Center, and the John D. O'Brien African American Institute. I want to also acknowledge the staff here in EV17. One of the things that I love, especially as a person of Haitian descent working in Boston, is that I know that the people that are working here are so often my people. I think of my friend Rutsi Louis-Jeune, who's a counselor, Boston City councilor, and her father has actually been working at Northeastern as a janitor for many, 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 many decades. So I want to thank all of the people here in EV17 who make this work possible, our friends in the red shirts, and those who don't have red shirts. I want to thank Adam Polgreen, my friend from the PAC network, because of whom this event is being live streamed, our faithful photographer, Harach Ekmekjian, who captures every moment for us so beautifully. I also owe a debt of gratitude to Black feminist troublemaker, self-described queer troublemaker, and Black feminist love evangelist, Alexis Pauline Gums, who though she could not be here with us today, she was invited. We have her artwork on display back there, so please go take a look. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, though I don't even see any of them now, because they're working so hard back there. I would like to thank our Africana Studies team. For their unrelenting hard work, their unflinching dedication, and their incandescent brilliance. Asia Potts, Jenia Browne, and Talia Williams. Today would not have been possible without your efforts, and I'm so deeply grateful for all of you. They're not even paying attention because they're just, two of them are actually presenting, which is wonderful. So thank you again. Stay warm. We have lots of food here, and we have hot beverages, and let's get ready to meditate on Black feminism and Black freedom together. Thank you.
I am Kabria Baumgartner, the Dean's Associate Professor of History and Africana Studies here, and I am delighted to be moderating this exciting panel, Until Black Women Are Free, None of Us Are Free, which explores the origins of how we conceptualize freedom in a Black feminist context. Each panelist will present in the order listed on the program, and I'll introduce them briefly in that order now. And after I introduce them, or as I'm introducing them, if they can come up, that would be great. I would also say that when you have a moment, please take a look at their full bios in the program. These scholars are highly accomplished and doing fantastic work. So first we welcome Demita Frazier, who I think will be joining us virtually. Demita Frazier is an unrepentant, lifelong Black feminist, social justice activist, thought leader, writer, and teacher. She's a founding member of the Combahee River Collective, who has remained a committed activist in Boston for 44 years. She earned a JD from Northeastern University. I would like to welcome Dr. Giovanna Jones, who is an assistant professor of African American literature and culture at Boston College, specializing in photography and visual studies, space and place, and Black feminist criticism. And we welcome Asia N. Potts, who's a Northeastern PhD student studying contemporary Black literature. Her research is grounded in Afrofuturism and narratives of intergenerational and lived experiences of Black women throughout the diaspora. We welcome our panelists. And I think, Demita, you're up first.
Oh, thank you. Everyone can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm, first of all, deeply grateful that to be in building with you folks, because one of the things about getting older that's really been fascinating for me is recognizing that the intergenerational connectivity that's critical to our mission of freedom, it has been lacking in certain ways. And I'm very interested in thinking about the ways that we can do better, do more, be more conscious of the ways in which we can transmit energy and information and learning going both ways, not just from elders to the younger, but flowing in both directions. I also want to say that my remarks today are really dedicated to three, I shouldn't call them entities, but three areas of focus. I'm first generation born outside of the South. My family is based in Mississippi. And so for every single ancestor that survived long enough to create us, the gratitude. Secondly, I want to also say what's been interesting for me as a Black feminist all these years is watching in the arc of time, all of the women, unsung and sung, acknowledged, unseen, who have contributed to this enterprise. Our numbers are legion. We don't even know who everybody is. But I also am deeply grateful for anyone who carried forth the notion and ideas of freedom, true freedom, that are embedded in the Black feminist theories. So here's the other thing. The final thing is to say the brilliantly iconoclastic bell hooks we were contemporaries, and I have to just tell you, the way my heart sings when I think about the troublemaking that she was involved in is just, because stirring the pot, acknowledging nuance, looking at the totality of our experiences, all the aspects about the broad nature of Black feminist theory, Black feminist applicability, were just so present in her work and her thinking, her dedication. And so I, again, to dedicate my few remarks, and by the way, I'm acknowledging the time. I have my little clock here, so I will be on time in 15 minutes. I'm going to divide this talk into 3 sections because, in fact, one of the things that Bell Hooks reminded us of and that we always felt in Kabria is that the personal is political with a huge asterisk because it's important, but it doesn't need to be centered. I want to start by saying and situating myself in a period of time that can help me anyway, to explain how it was possible that Barbara, Beverly, myself, and all the other women who came together to form Kabria, how it was that we happened in that moment. It was not guaranteed. There were many forces that mitigated against our organizing, but let me start here and talk about the fact that we were the children of folk who had just come through the next period of post-Reconstruction. So we're talking about the 20s, the 30s, people who were still surging north in the Great Migration, coming up and connecting to people who had been in the north and in various and sundry cities since, as we remind ourselves in Boston, colonial times. So you had this unacknowledged often culture clash that was going on between Northerners and Southerners, people who were true hybrids. Chicago, which is where I'm from, was a real central generator of Black brilliance, as far as I'm concerned, post-World War II, post-Korea. You had enormous numbers of people flooding into the city, coming from all over because there was so much work available. You had, while segregation was, of course, dominant in terms of housing and in terms of socioeconomic possibilities, there was more space than there ever had been in the South. There was a real sense of restlessness and I call it residual kind of disbelief on the part of people like my dad and other people who served in the military with the, I can't believe I went over and did all that and it's still effed up. So there was a kind of, you're not serious about continuing this Black supremacist thing. Oh, yes, you are. So there was a need to create and to try to leverage our capacities in late-stage capitalism. You also had, in addition to that, in a city like Chicago, this enormous upsurging of Black culture, Black analysis, that had always been a part of the city, but now you've got forces coming from all over. Also, for me, as a child of the marginal class in my family, people were operating both in the law, out of the law. There was a lot of interaction that in the South would have been really problematic, but in the North, there was just more space for it. So I always say, Dick Gregory was my godfather. When he was in college in Chicago, because my father was a bartender, my mother was a barmaid at 2 of the very large clubs that were central to Black cultural organizing, he was a person who I was around. And you know, as a child, I was pretty precocious. I was absorbing everything around me. I kept hearing people talking about frustrated conversations, excited ones, depressed ones about this idea of freedom. And it's interesting also because in Chicago, and as I tell people all the time, social class amongst African American people was extremely vivid, had powerful impacts, and went oftentimes unacknowledged. So what I grew up in was this stew of people feeling like they're not waiting anymore, they're done with all the waiting, they're really interested in moving forward into a world of freedom and into being able to make choices and having agency, and a real acknowledgement of the falseness of white supremacy. I was 6 years old when my mother sat me down and said, you are going to hear from people that they think that they're superior to you because they're white. It's a lie. She just said it straight up, just like that. And it was emphasized to me over and over in time as I was growing up. So I'm telling you about the circumstances because Chicago was ripe for Black feminism, just like other Midwestern cities were in the same sort of state of affairs. Barbara Smith and Beverly Smith are from Cleveland. Other people who were in the collective were from Detroit, New York. Somehow, the energy of the time was perfect for the creation of new voices. Oh, one more thing, youth culture. Youth culture has always existed, always, always, always. In the 1960s and 70s, and I would say the 50s also, and let's be frank, going back to people coming back from Korea and World War II, who were in colleges, HBCUs, there are forces that are happening where people are communicating in new ways, talking about their experiences in the military, talking about the restlessness of waiting, which had been always the explanation of why we had to be calm and peaceful. The other piece of this, I should say, is that when you think about the issue of community building, we've always had men and women involved in the processes. But what's been was very troubling to me and also to Barbara, Beverly, and other Black women of the time was the ways, because of Black nationalism, because of the emphasis on supporting Black men, to the exclusion of supporting the agency of Black women, there was a lot of pushback at that time with regard to having a Black feminist or any feminist analysis. Black feminism, I feel, had to come into being because everywhere I turned as a young teenager, I was finding myself constantly being blocked by men trying to tell me what to do. I couldn't understand it. I was raised in a matriarchy. I didn't have to deal with honoring men as gods. I was in a state of complete shock because even as a teenager, I recognized the issue of power and control is what changes the possibilities in your life. The ability of personal agency makes it possible for you to be engaged in community building and community transformation. Why wasn't that obvious to others? I kept running into people in the church, people here and there and everywhere who didn't understand what we were talking about. And some didn't want to understand what we were talking about. So comedy had to come into, and we also recognized we are not the first. The thing about Black feminism that I think we really recognized is that the way Black feminism and Black feminist energy was expressed in our community was in both obvious and inchoate ways. You cannot look at Fannie Lou Hamer, hear her voice, and as I was growing up as a young 11 and 12-year-old watching her speak, you could not see her and not recognize her incredible charisma and brilliance based in the lived experience of a woman who was not an academic, who was a person who lived on the ground. That was extremely affirming for me because in the Black middle class community that I was living in at the time, it just seemed like no one really talked about the people in the movement who were not middle class, who were not highly educated, but who had learned from, as my father would say, the school of life. So I guess what I'd like to also say is that we in Kabria recognized that we were standing on the shoulders of people like Pauline Murray, people like Lorraine Hansberry, women who had taken a grip on life and decided that they were going to be actors in our transformation and freedom activities. Now, I'm also really excited. So that's where we were, and I want to say it's very exciting to watch Black feminism be so popular now, because I want to just remind everyone we were unpopular. We were unpopular in the same way that Martin Luther King was deeply unpopular, at least in the Black middle class community that I was living in. We were scorned, we were dissed, thank God there wasn't any kind of social media because that would have been a constant job. And so I love that now, almost 50 years later, from the time that I began to understand that what you call what I was experiencing based on my analysis, observations, was Black feminism, it's not that long. And so that we're in a building having this enormous celebration, celebrating the genius of bell hooks and our communal capacity to be together and have real nuanced conversations about Black women's power and our integral role in the development of a transformed community. So that was the beginning. And oh, I didn't say something I meant to put out at the beginning. One of the things that a hallmark that Barbara Beverly and other women in company noticed about our little band of merry people is that we were all very disobedient in terms of following along with the party line if it related directly to inhibiting our capacity to express our power. I had something happen to me when I was 16 that taught me that, you can go to jail, prison, or you can keep it moving. I had a Black man who I was seeing at the time. We were going on a date, second date, I think, having a conversation. We're talking, and I'm very animated and talking with him about the Vietnam War or something. And I think he turned and looked at me in the middle of the conversation and said, you need to be broken. I wish they had TikToks back then. I would have filmed it. Because I have to tell you, my two thoughts were, murder? No. I'm not going to play. I'm from the south side of Chicago. I was like, excuse me? But I didn't even say excuse me. I literally thought to myself, I will not spend time in environments where I have to start here. If I'm not starting here with somebody. I'm not going to start there with my brother. I'm not going to start there. We're going to have to start somewhere else. And I got off the train. He didn't realize I was going to do that. And I waved goodbye to him. And that was the beginning of, no, you don't have to get involved. You can just keep it moving. And sadly, or not sadly, just ironically, of course, when you're talking about movement building, there's a lot of unmitigated conversation that has to go on as you're starting to figure out, is it going to fly? Are people interested? Are we talking about things that make sense? And also having to believe in yourself, having to believe fully that this idea, not just coming from us, but coming from women worldwide, the idea of heterosexist patriarchy and white supremacy in the way that they combine to oppress and suppress human life cannot hold. That's for us, the real issue. So we were going to dedicate our lives to undermining it every day, all day long. And one of the other things I want to say, one of the other things I wanted to say is that I feel like the other issue that in movements in the African American communities that I've been a part of, that's always had a kind of tension, and the inimitably brilliant Ruby Sales and I were having a conversation maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and she said, the difference between the North and the South is that y'all were really focusing the strategy on civil rights. We were fundamentally interested in freedom. And everything stopped. You have those moments where suddenly it was resonating like the Taco Bell commercial. I was just struck. And in fact, reflecting back on what I experienced as a young activist in the various configurations and organizations that I was a part of, is there is that tension that I think, I can't speak to other cultures. I haven't lived outside of the country that often, but I can actually say, I think as an African American, one of the real struggles that we have to deal with all the time is how are we going to relate to what white supremacy has created? What is what we want and what is what we've received? All these kinds of nuanced questions were of no interest to people who were interested in civil rights because they were interested in creating a part of a process. And I understand it, but we all know the law is often a lagging indicator of human evolution. And the fact that, we had a legal strategy, a legal approach, all of those things being wonderful, and yet also at the same time, as we're struggling to create more space for freedom, we have an internal struggle happening within our community where we are demanding that people give up their agency, wait for their turn, step back. And this was literally being said to us, to step back and give Black men the space to be men. Okay, so those dark days are now over. And I guess I would also say that I think what's really important is to notice that, like Ruby said, the struggle is really about, are we really talking about getting free, or are we talking about something else? I notice, for example, when I think about that little, saying that's all over Twitter about, freedom for thee, freedom for me, not for thee. I think about how when I would talk with Black men back in the day about the importance of parity and equity, and there were plenty of Black men who didn't buy any of that. But there were more than a few who refused to even investigate, think about, it wasn't in their interest. Because when you're power building, your interest is that. And again, we're all creatures of where we come from. We are creatures of our generational lessons, understood. But there's always been within the African diaspora, certainly from the very beginning, once people realized the boat wasn't coming back and that freedom was gone, we have been about that project, always. My thinking as a young person, and it continues today, is that we cannot afford to not empower anyone. The humans in our community, including children, the people who are to be given the tools with which to demolish the unholiness of white supremacy. We can't do it partway. And so I just want to take my time. Sorry. Oh, not bad. I think just one more thing to say about our Black feminist development. One of the things that really is challenging for me going forward as I think about transnational Black feminisms, as I think about all the different ways in which we have had to struggle to integrate a Black feminist analysis into the dominant left political analysis of Marxism, left Marxism and socialism and communism. What does it mean to try to build community in a world that's as fractured as our own now? In certain ways, I think, and I was saying this to someone, I think it was Asia, just yesterday, I think about the fact that one of our Black feminist focuses or foci should really have been not the Black middle class, but the reality of Black poverty. And no one talks about the fact that Black poverty and working class struggle is still the dominant story for most Black people in this country. Why? How did we lose track of that? And I'm also interested in Black feminist analyses that are transnational, that bring us into contact with our brown sisters in South Asia and everyone else in the world. We get to begin to focus on this notion of eradicating anti-Blackness. Because as we now come into more and more and more contact in this context, as we try to build across these lines and within these lines, there are stories and lessons and wisdom to be learned from our mutual ancestors about how they managed and didn't manage to really effectively learn the lessons of what it means when we embrace anti-Blackness and inheritance from, and we all say it together, settler colonialism. So I think I'm going to end here. I want to also say one of the reasons why I'm writing a book, and one of the reasons I'm doing it is because young people ask me all the time, how do you stay in the game? How do you stay involved? And it's interesting because I think I'm addicted to the pursuit of freedom. I think that's my addiction. I think I know what's possible, and I can see what's possible as human beings when we engage in positive, transformative community building. We can make this work. But the amount of effort, the amount of self-education, the amount of community education, the amount of what we need to actually make that happen, those parts are still missing, and we're still working on them. So I guess that's really all I have to say for now. I really appreciate you listening. And also, as I said to Asia, I'm thrilled that Kabria was formed. I'm thrilled that we took our place in the stream of history, adding to the enterprise of freedom. And I'm more interested now, as I always am, in what are we doing now? Kabria's awesome. Awesome. I'm glad we provided some foundational information, but we have so much work to do. I'm still in it. So what are we doing now? Thank you.
Wow. Addicted to the pursuit of freedom. What are we doing now? There's a lot of resonances, I think, in my talk, but I need to thank you, Demita. Wow. I need to start, I suppose, by placing myself then, and thank you for modeling that for me, Demita. My grandmother lived in that building right over there, the two twin tan buildings on opposite side of Mass Ave. She lived there. She migrated from Columbus, Georgia in the 1940s with her husband and their daughter, my Aunt Ann. We already had a contingent of family up here, some in Detroit, some in Chicago. But they came to Boston. Not many people of the Great Migration did, but they came. About towards the end of the 70s, the 80s, my grandmother was living alone. And there was someone that was trying to get that whole brownstone she was in on West Rutland Square out from under its deed. And so all of the women who lived there, mostly black women, working class, who had been migrated and had been there, they had to figure out how to organize and what to do. So I have those papers. I'm trying to figure out what to do with them. I'm gonna get to my talk. I see your face, I promise you. Was it North? I don't think, I have to look at the files. Maybe it was Northeastern. But they had to figure out what to do. They lost that battle, but my mom, one of her good friends she'd grown up with in that area of the South End, she worked in the Boston Housing Authority. She pulled some strings. She said, I'm gonna get you into one of these new buildings for elders and for people who have mental challenges. So my grandmother lived in that building for, I wanna say 30 plus years, by herself until her death in 2018. I was midway through graduate school. She was 96. And I just appreciate her presence right now, because one, I didn't know I was gonna see that building today from here for my talk, but also she used to just walk around all the time until she couldn't, into her maybe mid-80s. She would just walk around the South End, getting her groceries, doing whatever she could. That's probably how she lived as long as she lived. And so I think about Black feminist presence, and I think about the movement patterns. Demita talked about going from Chicago, talked about south to the north, and so these kind of creating of paths, I guess. And right here, I feel like I'm sitting and I'm speaking from, and in the midst of my grandmother's path around the South End. And that's exciting to me. That's super exciting to me. So I'm here in her presence. I'm thinking about the path that Bell Hooks and Michelle Wallace in particular left for me to get paid to do this kind of work. I was in prep school, in the suburbs of Boston, starting from 6th grade on, and I remember this older white male teacher that I had his PhD in like African history or African American history. You should know who I'm talking about. And so he made it a point. He had like that classroom with the Lauryn Hill poster and everything. He was playing the tunes. He played like Cornel West's rap album, which was wild. And he assigned Michelle Wallace and Bell Hooks. And that was the first time I read something and I'm like, okay, so I'm not tripping about my experience as this fat Black girl with cornrows in this predominantly white school, and that something feels off to me here, that I feel lonely, that I feel undesired, that I feel unheard and resented. So I'm not tripping. And so that's when I saw what they were writing. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep doing that. And so to be here, again, kind of where these paths are intersecting on the 17th floor in Northeastern is wild to me. So now I'll start my talk. Freedom is. I'm a preacher's kid, y'all. Freedom is. The guiding prompt for our panel had to do with the origins of how we conceptualize Black feminist freedom. How do I conceptualize freedom in a Black feminist context? I kept turning the question over and around in my head, on my tongue. Then I heard this booming voice. I'll tell you what freedom means to me. No fear. I mean, really, no fear. I heard Nina Simone from her iconic interview in 1970. It's a clip that has new life in contemporary popular culture. I hear it all the time when I'm listening to rapper No Name's Freedom interlude from her 2016 album, Telephone. If you listen to it on Spotify, I don't think she had the right, so you can't hear the Nina snippet there, but hopefully you can find it on YouTube. In that track, No Name begins, I thought I was gonna write a rap. I thought I was gonna, and she trails off. She continues to spit in a way that sounds like a stream of consciousness, moving from scenes of a mother alone, sometimes her, walls caving in. I think I wrote a song about confusion and perception, messages in bottles, disillusion on the guest list. Her aloneness is noticed, questioned as she jumps from her own voice to another. You said +1, so where your +1 at? Her sightline shifts in the second verse to another woman, alone. What a pretty lady in the valley of the shadows, she watches. I'm thinking she lost the battle. I'm thinking she found the bottle. No Name returns to self, shifts our gaze to a blue baby bassinet in her hideout, in her quiet place. I had a dream I rocked my baby fast asleep. Count the toes, they're all there, kiss the cheek. She rocks the listener in a lullaby after sweeping us through 2 verses of bouncing thoughts and questions, of jumping in and out of internal and external reflection. I think this is a song about redemption or a mother's intuition. Later, she revises that thought. I know this is a song for overcoming and me coming and me running out of ways to, then she stumbles. It's my favorite part of the song. It's like she's been caught up in her own rhythm, going off and then loses her train of thought, or doesn't really know what else to say next, or if she has to say anything next. So she trails off and starts to laugh a little bit, like when you just have to laugh at yourself. She drops the thought and returns to the refrain, dance with me, 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 I know I'm free. Dance with me, I know I'm free. That's when the Nina Simone interview begins. A flawless transition as if No Name had just passed the mic, a cipher. Freedom interlude ends with Nina Simone articulating freedom as a feeling, one that you can't explain to someone else, just like you can't tell them how it feels to be in love. She says you know when it happens, like the time she really felt free on stage. The song ends after she says, I'll tell you what freedom is to me, no fear. So that's what I hear every day when I play Freedom Interlude on my way home from anywhere, really, no fear. But when I returned to this interview as I was preparing for this panel, I caught the rest of what she said for the first time. After telling us that freedom to her means no fear, Nina Simone readjusts a little and says, well, that's not all of it. She goes on to say that freedom is also, quote, like a new way of seeing something. So freedom can be described, but not fully articulated. Freedom feels like no fear, but that's not all. Freedom is also a new way of seeing. I love this language. Freedom is something you can describe. Freedom is seeing anew, seeing differently. The language of interpretation and sensation enables us to witness, realize, and release into freedom. This is precisely what No Name does in the song. She takes us through these verses, which include commentary and observation, time and spatial travel, introspection, and then she ends dancing, inviting the listener to dance with her in her freedom. Dance with me, I know I'm free. Freedom is a feeling, a new way of seeing. Black feminists have long made it our business to be free by interpreting and inhabiting the world differently. Addicted to the pursuit of freedom. We yearn for freedom in that way. In Yearning, Race, Gender, and Cultural Politics, Bell Hooks writes, all too often, our political desire for change is seen as separate from longings and passions that consume lots of time and energy in daily life. Surely, our desire for radical social change is intimately linked with the desire to experience pleasure, erotic fulfillment, and a host of other passions. Our political desire for liberation must be entwined with our embodied everyday desires and passions. Freedom is a feeling. Freedom is perhaps the ability for Tyree Nichols to be able to roam Memphis in the South and take photos of the landscape and come home, alive. Freedom is the ability for Jasmine Starr Parker to be able to walk around DC in peace and come home to her people laughing and dancing. Nichols and Parker were not targeted for their expression and their passions, but we live in a world where they, in the fullness of their lives, are deemed disposable, whether by police officers or vigilante gender police. Every time an agent of the state ends the life of a Black person and it makes national and global news, I notice how the person's community makes a point to share their loved one's mundane interests and joys, their personality traits, their aspirations. On the one hand, this form of humanizing Black people under conditions of such violent and egregious deaths signals the burden of having to be good victims, worthy of public mourning and honor. But on the other hand, I read this intentional language as reflecting Bell Hook's point about our political desires being rooted in the elements of our lives, the basics, the immaterial and material everyday modes of living. How would our world have to be for Black people to be full and free and alive? I asked my students this question this past Monday in my Visual Culture and Black America class. We spent that class studying Tyree Nichols' landscape photography, and it's available to see on his website, and discussing political visioning. What would have to be different for these situations to stop happening? I gave my students the choice to decide which activity they wanted to do. Admittedly, I probably stretched too far with the visioning question, didn't prepare them enough to feel like they could or should want to do that kind of exercise together in class. But they tried it anyway. I noticed that they didn't have much written down on the board, and what started out as a lively discussion seemed to become awkward and unfocused. I approached the group and asked them how they were doing with the exercise. A couple of students talked about police abolition and police reform. They talked about the need for fundamental systemic change. But I felt a sense of frustration from others in the group, particularly Black women. I asked them what was difficult about the exercise. One student said, "We keep coming up with solutions, but people say the same thing all the time and nothing changes." Another student said, "I can't imagine anything else." Others remained quiet. I asked them to pause and close their eyes. In that moment, I channeled every Black woman facilitator who ever stopped the group and invited us to breathe, to stretch, to pause. Imagine you're in a new world, a different world, I began. You don't know how you got there, but it's the world you want to be in. What does it feel like? Who else is there? What are they doing? How do they feel? What do you hear? What do you see? How do you feel in your body? I asked them to write it down, what they saw and felt, then to share that with each other, to envision from that place. In the big group, my student who had first expressed frustration with the exercise explained why and how the shift from solutions to feeling felt important to her. She told the class she's from the South. She said she's used to walking around anywhere on edge, on campus, everywhere on edge. She's anxious all of the time. Solutions felt hollow to her. But what she visualized felt different. In this other world, she feels peaceful and safe. She wants to feel safe with others, like solidarity, someone chimed in. She wants love and compassion, yes, but in practice. As she spoke, I could feel her relaxing into that desire and sharing it with everyone. The world she wants to live in feels peaceful for her. Another student chimed in to say that she wants to be part of something more cooperative, and some of that desire was inspired by the culture she already grew up in. She said that where she's from, her community's economics fundamentally diverge from capitalism and individualism, ways of thinking about money and interest where accumulated personal debt isn't even an option. Peace, compassion, cooperation, these were all desires and values that emerged from these two students tuning into their bodies and their senses to identify what is and feels like the threat to their daily lives and to try to imagine something beyond it, something otherwise. So now they can remember, I, in my body, my experience, do know what safety feels like. I do know what peace and compassion is. I do know what cooperative economics is. So now I can radically imagine change from that embodied vision. Freedom is a new way of seeing. When my students talk about this different kind of world and yearn for it, they're not just expressing hope for the future. It's not necessarily a hopefulness. By practicing political visioning from an embodied place, they're operating, as Tina Camp might argue, in a different grammatical tense, the grammar of Black feminist futurity. In Quiet Soundings, the grammar of Black futurity, Camp writes, The grammar of Black feminist futurity is a performance of a future that hasn't yet happened, but must. It is an attachment to a belief in what should be true, which impels us to realize that aspiration. Like, it should be true that I can feel peace and safe in my existence. It is the power to imagine beyond a current fact and to envision that which is not but must be. It's a politics of prefiguration that involves living the future now. When my students articulate their desires for their surrounding world to be and operate differently, they are not reaching out toward a future, but enacting, quote, the future they want to see right now in the present, which is also what Demita said, right now, what do we want and what can we do? This is the urgency I felt from my student who didn't want to hear any more solutions in that moment. She wants and needs to feel free in the world now. What are the conditions and practices that enact her vision? This is the question that we live with and live within. This is the political work of freedom that Black feminists have been doing and calling for. The political work of freedom that evolves, as the Combahee River Collective writes, from a healthy love for ourselves, a healthy love for our sisters and for our community. Dance with me, dance with me, dance with me. I know I'm free. So let's bring it all together. The question was, how do we conceptualize freedom in a Black feminist context? I came to this then through a framework shaped and articulated by Nina Simone, Bell Hooks, Tina Campt, by No Name and by my students, and by all of the women who taught me how to locate freedom's potential within myself and in community with others. Freedom is a feeling, a new way of seeing, linked with our pleasures, passions, and fulfillments that involves living the future now. Thank you.
Good morning. I have to start my speech by thanking Demita Frazier, without whom about 24 hours ago, around this time, this paper didn't even exist. But only after then did so many of the scattered thoughts I had been playing with finally fell into place. The one in the front, it still sits in the front. I did not want to go last. Being ever the grad student, being stalled by caffeine anxiety and imposter syndrome, the last thing I wanted to do was come behind these Black feminist scholars with their list of accolades, and all I could say is, my name is Asia Potts. I'm a grad student, and my contributions to Black feminism are an archive of unpublished papers, fan fiction, where the Black girl gets the happy ending every single time because we know Lisa Turtle deserved better. I deserved 2 more seasons of living single, and Dwayne Wayne should have gotten it together long before he had to disrupt Whitley's wedding. It was toxic, we know it, it's time to talk about it. Yes. On top of that, 1 year, I thought I would write poetry. We don't revisit that. But I am and have always been a creative writer. I come to this program with 2 degrees in creative writing, trying to find my way as a scholar of English, of Black feminist thought, of something. And now I find myself just as much in conversation with Kimberly Crenshaw and Gwendolyn Poe as I do with Octavia Butler and Zora Neale Hurston. 2 worlds that I have always thought were so separate from each other and from me, I have come to find are just as much inspired by one another as they are reflective of one another. This imagined gap I had always assumed was here, Black women of academic success and those who had stories they just wanted to tell, is the foundation of who I am now. Somewhere between a scholar and a writer, both, yet neither, always wanting to, but not actually having to or needing to choose one over the other. The bridge for me here was Afrofuturism. Much like Afrofuturism, my studies aim to occupy creative and critical spaces as part of an inseparable whole, as spaces in between where inspiration meets interrogation. It is this intersection that encourages the modes by which my research explores concepts of how Black women claim and occupy space. I believe and have always believed that Afrofuturism, before its initial conception as a genre, has long been a part of the craft of Black women writers, Black women thinkers. My research examines Afrofuturism as more than a genre, but as a Black feminist movement and a cultural moment by which Black creators make demands for social justice and representation. And while I am not always confident in my abilities to write a paper, what I can do is tell a story. My first understanding of Black feminism was not Audre Lorde or Patricia Hill Collins. A lot of that doesn't happen till college anyway, and it didn't for me. But my first introduction to Black feminism was through storytelling. For me, Black feminism, the very first time, sounded like this. Ships at a distance have every man's wish on board. For some, they come in with the tide. For others, oh my, they sail forever on the horizon, never out of sight, never landing until the watcher turns his eyes in resignation, his dreams mocked by death, by time. This is the life of men. Now, women forget all those things they don't want to remember, and they remember everything they don't want to forget. The dream is the truth. They act and do things accordingly. If you don't recognize it, Zora Neale Hurston's "Their Eyes Were Watching God" became a foundational text, a bridge between two worlds that inspired me to make the dream the truth, to act and to do things accordingly. So I began my journey as an Afrofuturist to bridge these worlds, to build new ones, and the first text I examined was "Their Eyes." Reading Their Eyes through the lens of Afrofuturism repositions the novel as an exploration of utopian horizons, of possibilities to take the reader beyond history into something new, an Afrofuturist condition where folklore and futurists are the center of Black imaginings. Afrofuture scholar Isaiah Lavender states, Hurston's Far Horizons frames the novels as a story of utopian longing, established through, quote, future-oriented vision, with its imagery of ships and horizons and the future, end quote. Susanna Morris states in her article, More Than Human, that there are particular defining, reoccurring features of Afrofuturist feminism that are important to note. I call emphasis to her first, the creation of the parallel feminist universe. Here, Morris posits that parallel feminist universes are fully realized alternate future worlds. These alternate realities are not necessarily utopias, however, rather, these are worlds heavily influenced and shaped by feminist principles and actions. Their Eyes is all of these. Hurston's narrative framing allows us to consider Hurston's idea of far horizons as not only an Afrofuture space, dystopian or utopian, but also a feminist space. And to Morris's point, a realized futurist world. As Their Eyes is presented as a retelling, the place at which the reader first encounters Janie, she has already reached the far horizons. Though for the reader, the journey has just begun, for Janie, the futurist world is already realized. The dream is the truth. Reading Their Eyes as Afrofuture feminist begins at the opening lines. Hurston makes the deliberate distinction between men and women and their dreams' abilities to reach the horizons. It is arguable to read every man's dream as a reference to all mankind, but Hurston solidifies this distinction with his dreams, life of men. And though Lavender reads this as Hurston's suggestion that the horizon is unattainable for both men and women, our feminist lens allows us to realize Hurston makes this distinction in order to emphasize that the far horizons that Janie seeks throughout the novel may be more attainable for women than they are for men. In Their Eyes, while the dreams of men at least make it on board those sailing ships, from there, the dream is beyond man's control. The ship that carries these dreams is at the mercy of the ebb and flow of the tide. As for women, I restate, Now women forget all those things they don't want to remember and remember everything they don't want to forget. The dream is the truth, then they act and do things accordingly. In this instant, Hurston places women in control of their dreams and their narratives. This is also reinforced by Hurston's juxtaposition of the dream by calling men's dreams as mocked to death, and women, the dream is the truth, which is to say, for women, what can be dreamt can be reality. This asks us to rethink Lavender's assessment that Janie sees her dreams and goes after them anyway. Certain impossibility of achieving them is at the forefront here. I instead argue that rather than Janie going after her dreams on the horizons despite the proposed impossibility, Hurston moves to eliminate the idea of the impossible as an obstacle between Janie and far horizons. We should instead read this as Janie goes after her dreams simply because it is her desire to do so. Janie needs only to act and to do so accordingly. By the novel's end, we can fully read the horizon as an Afrofuturist space, as Janie refers to her journey as to the horizon and back. Yet in those closing lines, Janie pulls her horizon in. The horizon is not just a place that Janie can go, but now it is possible for her to bring the horizon to a place of her choosing, thus furthering our idea that far horizons are not only a utopia, but also a fully realized alternate space shaped by Black feminist dreams. Hurston's novel was one of the first times I saw myself, the fragments, fully assembled as a whole. The creative parts of me were spellbound by her approach to narrative storytelling. The scholar and academic in me wanted to know more, wanted to find this space to look for more. Sorry. And the final part of me that does her best to speak slowly and speak clearly, and probably by the end of this cannot promise you anything, who had no trouble reading every piece of dialogue throughout the novel, if you can't hear it. Long vowels, words uttered a little too quickly, and other words largely lacking in ing. I am just as Southern as every page of that book. But as a Black feminist, I find freedom through and as a storyteller. Before the world began to regard Black women as the credible intellectuals we are, we have always told our stories. It is in this spirit that my work demands that I explore the seemingly cyclical flow of time, the endless loop that continues to allow Black women to see ourselves over and over again in the stories and the characters left behind by those writers who dared to traverse the what if of Black womanhood. How does Hurston ask us to navigate the reinvention of self through movement? How does Toni Morrison's Beloved reshape how we consider the meaning of freedom? How does Ntozake Shange ask us to reconcile with the repercussions of violence and mental health while being both Black and woman in the narratives of 7 different women? So to reiterate, I did not want to go last. I did not want to come after. But as my graduate mentor told me time and time again, on those days before papers were due, when I thought I was done, and somehow you always seem to find that one piece of research where your paper has already been written. She says, "There's nothing new under the sun, only new suns." I understand my place now is not in the shadow of those suns, but in the warmth of them. I am an after, only because there is a Demita Frazier. I will always be the after of Zora Neale Hurston, of Toni Morrison, of Toni Cade Bambara. But in my after, I am too a before. I am a teacher. I am a TA. I am an RA. And in those moments, I have to realize that I too mentor. I am someone's before. As Ntozake Shange says, and it's one of my favorite quotes, "I write for young girls of color who don't even exist yet, so they know something is waiting for them when they arrive. For me, Afrofuturism is that blueprint, a love letter to our future selves. For as long as there are Black women, there is, was, and will be Afrofuturism. It is the foundation and the groundwork laid by our ancestors, Ida B. Wells, Zora Neale Hurston, Lorraine Hansberry, and others, that roots us to the past. It is the present work that continues to record our progress. It is the understanding that the future we research and write about and the work that we do may not be achievable in our lifetimes, but it shows those young girls yet to arrive that we have continued to question the what if, continued to create, and continued to imagine. For those reasons, I cannot fail to see my work as an expansion of this blueprint, a contribution to the legacy, an open and ongoing letter with the opening lines. Dear little Black girl, do things, act accordingly, rebelliously, freely. Thank you.
What brilliant remarks. Thank you so much. I could really listen to all of you for hours. It was so powerful. I wanted to kick off this Q&A by giving the presenters an opportunity to ask each other questions. So who would like to start us off?
We want to open the floor to Demita first.
Sure. Demita, do you have a question for your co-panelists?
First of all, I'm just so full. I just am just so excited about what you all have all offered. So, no, I'm not going first. Still got a lot of fomenting going on.
Okay. All right. I'll say something. Asia, you have so many quotables from that. And the fact that you said, oh, I'm just a little grad student, and then you said, I come with 2 creative writing degrees. Yeah, what? Right. So you're doing the doggone thing. You said Janie pulls her horizons in, which I love that, and I love that visual because I pictured just this and kind of like the landscape of a world just kind of being pulled with her. And it also reminded me, there are these 2 lines. You said, when we encounter Janie, she has already reached the far horizon. So you're talking about in the beginning of the book, she's already reached that. And then that reminded me of the beginning of Valerie Boyd's biography of Zora, Wrapped in Rainbows. And the first line is something I love. She says, there was never enough for Zora Neale Hurston in the world that she grew up in, so she made up whatever she needed. Mm-hmm. That's the first line of this tome of a biography. And so there's just something about that, like, Black women somehow having to make up the conditions of their existence. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know what the question is as much as maybe what does that look like for you? If you talked about learning that and seeing that modeled, so what has that felt like and looked like in your life?
Right. What am I answering?
I don't know, just pick something. Something that resonated.
Let's see. For me, if I was going to do this comparatively, this ability that it seems that, I'll go back to this idea of the net to pull the horizons in, this ability to, you call it, you see it as her shape moving this landscape to herself. And I think I'll stick with that, because what I have often felt, and like I said, you'll notice this at the end, is there's always this need for me to make the shift, for me to do the shape shifting, to spread myself across. We'll say, if we're going to stick with that visual, mm-hmm. to spread myself across, to make myself be whatever I had to be in a space, and it always meant having to change so much of who I already was. So there's a lot of, especially even in this moment, having to fix the way I speak. Mm. There was always this, I deal a lot with still always feeling like I have to navigate my body in parts. I can't be a scholar and a creative writer. I have to make a clear distinction in the way I speak for people to associate my ability to know something, because I don't talk like this.
Right.
And Demita made fun of me yesterday on the phone. She's like, I'm not gonna ask which part of the South you're from, but so to me, the ability to pull that in, because without going into Janie's story, it meant that there was no more changing, there was no more shaping of the self. Because if we recall, I wanted to talk about, there's not enough time, but there is a spot in the novel right after Joe dies where she says she sends her face to his funeral, but she herself goes running through the wilderness. And so she too has to occupy these same spaces where I have to send this sadness to this place because I'm supposed to be sad. But let's be real, I'm finna go out and run through the woods and I'm finna do a cartwheel. He's gone. I got this freedom now, goodbye. So I think that's what this is. This no longer in this space where the conforming that has to be done has to come from her. All right, so you said something very interesting, and I'm going to ask this question in broad strokes, but what I really loved was this idea where you were calling this passing of, you call it the passing of the mic, so we're calling Black feminists the cipher. I kind of want you to spread that, just expand on that, because I thought that was beautiful, because that was a very poetic way of putting it for me, because when you was like, oh, she's doing no name. Yes, music, something else, somebody else who's talking about this as an art. So I want you to talk a little bit more about the cipher for me.
Thank you. For some reason, I always come back to cipher as, I didn't even think about this like this before, but I guess it's like a non-hierarchical form where it doesn't have to be a circle, but it could be a circle. But the passing around, sometimes I was also, when I was trying to think about literature reviews in grad school, I would think about it as, if not a cipher, and entering a cipher, placing myself in a conversation. I would also think about it as passing the baton. I don't know if anyone does track in here, and when you're going, you gotta go, and it has to be this smooth thing. But even that, in terms of a rose, that didn't always stick. So there's something about the cipher. Also, I came of age in the 2000s, and so hip-hop journalism was the thing. Hip-hop journalism, blogs, media takeout gossip sites, that's what brought me into wanting to study culture in words and literature. And so it could also just be that, a cipher is my understanding of how to pass the mic, share the mic, what happens when you have it, the way that people can leave a cipher, can join a cipher, and pick up. So there's something about that form that just feels really helpful to me when I think of Black feminism, especially how Black feminism has entered an academic sphere. And it has always been academic, but has especially entered in a really specific way. And so I really always wanted to push back, if I was doing my exam fields or something, push back against the idea of having to do formalize it in a particular way. I guess part of what a cipher allows you to do is to hold space for the whole kind of Black feminist notion of when and where I enter. Remember, who's the name? Why am I losing the name?
Paula Giddings.
Paula Giddings, and she gets it from, thank you, Anna Julia Cooper, When and Where I Enter. And that's how Anna Julia Cooper begins to talk about Black women's lives at the turn of the century. And so the cipher allows for that, this entering of sorts in a kind of non-hierarchical way, but something else, something more communal.
Yeah. We do want to welcome questions from the audience, and I think there are mics here, so as you're formulating your questions, if you could come up, that would be great. In the meantime, I wanted to ask the panelists a question as well. I was struck by Demita's charge to all of us and for all of us, seeing what's possible to engage transformative community building, especially if we know freedom is a feeling, if we know that freedom is a new way of seeing. So to each of the panelists, in teaching, in writing, in community building, whatever it is, What are you doing now, and what suggestions do you have for us who want to take up that work and do similar work?
I'll go. A couple of things. Right now, I'm trying to write this book. I shouldn't say trying, I'm actually getting it done. And I think books can be useful. I'm a bibliomaniac, unreformed, and really believe in the power of literature and writing and all of that to both create the possibility, the training, the opportunities for understanding, but also for the pure pleasure. And so I'm going to continue writing this little, this autobiographical fiction that I'm putting together. Can't name too many names because so many people are still alive, but I want to also say, I think as an unallied Buddhist, my practice is to be present to the possibilities of my purpose every day. So I still teach, I still facilitate group processes. Right now I'm involved in a project where I'm going to give an opportunity to people who are nonprofit leaders, all African-American women, to have space in their year for a total supportive experience for the thing that they want to learn most important as it relates to them feeling both centered and good about their roles as leaders. It's a lot of words, but the real issue is providing a new level of support to the nonprofit warriors that are all still trying to create possibilities. Mm-hmm. And I guess the final thing is, just from a personal perspective, I'm moving back to Chicago, and I'm so excited because my true love is permaculture and community gardening, organizing around the issue of food availability. Mm-hmm. And I'm a big cook. I love to teach cooking. I would like to spend my last 20 years, if I live as long as my grandmother, to continue to build community through the use, the beauty, the power of healthy food. Mm-hmm. So,
thank you.
Yes.
You want to go next? You want me to go?
I want you to go.
All right. The way I say I do the work, as best as I can, I begin first by openly admitting my feminism needs some work. Mm-hmm. Because the one person I feel like my feminism is first to omit is me. Mm-hmm. If I'm going to make room for everyone else, I tend to remove myself first. And that's not a great example to be. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I find myself in full command of it, and other times I'm very quick to shrink away behind it. Mm-hmm. One of my, what I like to call scare tactics that I use when I teach a class, my first day when I'm, they're like, oh, I'm this person and I'm from, and the first thing I always say about myself, like, you saw my name. It's on your syllabus and you saw it when you registered for the class, but let me be clear. I am a Black woman, and I say them in that order because they're my two favorite things about myself. Mm-hmm. And whatever that makes you think of me and what I think about the world, you can be right. Mm-hmm. But I may or may not be the teacher for you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And in those moments, I own it very, very much. And then in other times, I'm like, no, you have it. Mm-hmm. So I do my best to work on me. Like the saying says, like, the world would be a cleaner place if we all swept our own front porches first. Mm-hmm. So for me, I am just, for now, doing my best to be the best example. Mm-hmm. And be forward and honest about my mistakes. Mm-hmm. Because maybe they don't have to be made by someone else. Maybe in a moment, someone will be like, oh, I really like Miss Potts. She really does that Black woman thing. Mm-hmm. And then when I can't, someone was like, I thought Miss Potts was doing that Black woman thing. I don't want to make that mistake either. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm doing for now. Mm-hmm. I think I'm just working on me.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dig it.
Yeah.
I dig it. There's like a quote, an Alice Walker quote that I have up on my refrigerator all the time, and I keep butchering quotes today, but it's something along the lines of, like, like sometimes the most like revolutionary things are made up of the least glamorous stuff.
Right.
And I remind myself of that because to me, what I'm able to do and kind of write about culture and race and gender and politics and teach and all these things that I kind of am now able to do, that actually feels quite glamorous to me. Like, I can get my own place now. Like, that's glamorous to me, and I'm excited about that. Very deeply excited. But I also remember that a lot of the basics of Black feminism was about the structural realities of Black women's lives and Black women at various different intersections, and one of those specifically is housing.
Yeah.
And so one of the reasons I started with talking about my grandmother and pointing that space out is because this housing issue is something that has never gone away for Black people and for Black women in particular, and Black poor and working class women in particular, in both urban and rural spaces. And so that is such, I almost like when I'm in my apartment, I enjoy it, but I'm like, don't take these comforts for granted, and also remember that these are the comforts that everyone should be able to have. Heat, air, like quality air, access to public transportation, parking if you need it. There are so many basic things that I always just remind myself there are people working on these basic things right now all the time. I'm thinking right now in Boston, City Life Vida Urbana, they're always working tirelessly around housing issues. I'm thinking about during the pandemic, even though evictions were kind of like weren't allowed, Time did this really great documentary on Black women in New Orleans. And one woman in the video, like, she didn't have AC, and it was hot. It's New Orleans, it's hot, you're basically underwater. And she had a new baby, and this baby was getting sick. And so the landlord down there, the landlord's really not responsible to have to put in AC. Like how up here, you have to have heat. You don't have to have AC. And so he basically refused to put it in. And so she had to kind of she stopped paying rent, and so he essentially threatened to evict her in these other ways, so she had to find a place, and no one would want to rent to her because of needing AC. And so that really stayed with me, especially during the pandemic, because I'm like, again, she literally says in the video, she's like, all I wanted was air. All I wanted was air. And at the turn of the century, housing activists, I'm thinking James Adams, our white sister, like she was talking about, here are some basic things that quality housing needs to have. These are social workers talking to like real estate, federal, all these people. It needs to have quality air, enough space to be able to like enjoy life alone and with others. It needs to have plumbing, basic things that someone's writing about in like, I don't know, 1890 something. Right. And now in 2000, maybe what, 2021, this Black woman in New Orleans is like, all I wanted was air. So I could go on and on about this, but I guess that's the thing that I am continuing to think about, like how even as my class position's changing, I'm getting my comforts, I'm still writing and teaching about these things, how do I continue to think very granularly and materially about Black women's lived experiences and do something where I can about it?
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah. We will open it up to audience questions, both virtually and in the room. There's one there. Please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's such an honor to be here. So I have a story, and I don't know how strong my question is, but I have a story for you. So I appreciate you, just being here. And, just for me, I was at Tyree Nichols' event yesterday, and that's the one little thing I did, for the Black community to try to stand up for them as an ally. As a young person, I tell the story that, in like a mixed environment in San Diego, California, like, racial tensions were high. I was born in 1989, in the same city as where Rodney King, where that event happened. So, very racially tense environment that I grew up in. But, the community tried to do right, and I went to the middle school called Harriet Tubman School, where, I have like fond memories of, I don't know, we would have like, marathons where we would grab batons and learn like how to enjoy, learn songs, like traditional, songs of African American, historical, significance. So that was, growing up. And then my sisters, like because of that experience, understanding the quality, the importance of having a full spectrum of historical knowledge, they went to universities in California, and they learned African American studies at the university level, and they were very educated you know, my path, it took me a long time to get to graduate school. So I appreciate the graduate speaker who, you know, was like not sure, like, you know, talking about papers, and I just know the graduate experience, so I can relate really well to that. So when I went to the event yesterday, I was really shocked. I just felt so much because as an ally, you know, I want to say I'm part of the Black community. I'm not part of the Black community. I feel like I want to get close, but I also don't know how. And that's been my experience my whole life is that I wanted to be less of that individual who's non-Black, who's creating, you know, destructive behavior, and be an advocate for the Black community, be an advocate for those allied communities, for the Latino, the Indigenous, for all of those communities, to understand, you know, the fundamentals, to build quality education, to build, you know, quality communities for all of us. And that's my intent. So when I went to the event yesterday here at Northeastern, by the way, I'm an MBA student here, but this was a law event of law students and law professors and the deans. And I just had this flood of emotions of just feeling like I had found my place again, because in the community, and being at business school, it's kind of like a prison for me, because I forget, you know, that I come from a writing background, that I was a creative artist at Tufts University at the art school. We would learn about, you know, Black futurism and all these things. So just all of it coming back in these past few days for me has been a lot. And so I kind of know my place. My place is here, you know, with individuals who want to build something for the Black community, for Black women. And so one thing that really struck me, one comment about a Black woman from one of the professors, one of the law professors at the Tyree Nichols Remembrance event here at Northeastern, was that she wanted to build up the event like some kind of, for me, it was like something more than what had actually occurred. So she described Tyree Nichols' mother as a heroine. And so the way that she kind of created this legal story in some kind of way for me stood out when she described, and she did it in a way that she wanted to be positive about it, but building up this woman who had such a huge loss, who was representing not just her community, but the individuals, you know, around that, who were watching the Black community so like, you know, like a hawk. And I thought, after I started to think, after I spoke and after I left the event, and the word sat with me, and I thought about the things I know about Black feminism and systemic ways that we characterize Black women. And I thought maybe it wasn't completely right for this law professor to use that word heroine, because, you know, I don't think anybody should describe anybody like Mamie Till or any type of mother who had such a huge loss as somebody who has somehow overcame or won. Because I think for me, Tyree Nichols' death was a huge loss and a failure. I think for me, it felt like there was no winning involved. And when we think about, okay, so perhaps Tyree Nichols' mother will get $1 million, or, you know, through GoFundMe, but where is the winning? So I was looking and I was searching for the winning, and then I started to think, maybe we build Black women up. And I've heard individuals describe that sometimes we describe Black women as these strong individuals, and the strength can sometimes be like this chain of something really firm and even painful, dangerous.
Right. Yeah.
And so
That's right.
And so I think when we talk about Tyree Nichols' mother, and we talk about Tyree Nichols, and we talk about the Black community, I think individuals who are not Black should be really aware that these individuals who are dying in the streets, and their mothers and their families, that we're actually losing something. There's no heroine. So when we think about Black women and building up, you know, these people, we have to think that perhaps we're here for Black women, but perhaps we should reconsider that maybe we don't really know the full story, so we should really listen to these Black women and understand their own stories from their perspectives. So I want to say thank you. And I don't have a question, but I just wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Thank you. AK.
Hi, so I really appreciated that quote you gave from Nina Simone about how freedom is a feeling. And when I conceptualize freedom, I always think about possibility. It's the feeling that something can move, something can shift. And I was just wondering about your embodiment of freedom. How does freedom feel to you all? And when do you feel that freedom is possible? Thank you.
That's a great question.
I can jump in, even though I feel like I just went off for housing for like 10 minutes. Freedom to me felt like a distinct moment during the pandemic. I had moved by myself to Chicago, actually, to work on my dissertation. I was alone. I was alone before I moved, and that's part of the reason why I left, because I'm like, let me afford to be alone. And so I was there, and I was struggling a lot, like being by myself during that time. And it was kind of building on struggles that I had always, again, felt about maybe being unwanted or not knowing how to instantly connect with people while also kind of getting fed and what I need, and without having to kind of scatter myself to be present with and for others beyond myself. And so it was a struggle, and I remember coming across in one of the Chicago Public Library branches, Gwendolyn Brooks has this children's book called Aloneness. And it needs to be reissued, but it's a very small book, and it's about this little boy who relishes in being alone. And he's looking at the butterflies, and he's out in the world, he's excited. And one of the joys about realizing that he can appreciate his aloneness is realizing that his mother is still there, and his community is still there. There's someone for him to also come back to. And I was able to kind of hold both of these things, the beauty of aloneness, the difference between aloneness and loneliness. And there was something about that, something just shifted, something clicked. And it changed the way I even came to think about like the role of isolation in Black feminist life. And I've started to completely change that and start to think from a place of aloneness as this place of observation and beauty and wandering and being out in the world like my grandmother was. And that's just the place that I'm still in, and that feels like freedom to me, being able to go out in the world in my aloneness.
Two instances, just Amita. First of all, 1969, when I cut off my straightened hair and wore my first afro, I had just become a swimmer. And if you're a Black woman and you've got either chemically straightened hair or heat straightened hair, you get in that pool, you're gonna have a fight. And I went to a fancy white high school where I had to go through the transformation of being me when I came in the morning and being another me when I would leave in the afternoon after swimming. When I got my hair cut short in this cute afro, when I left the salon and I felt the air on my scalp in a way I had never felt it, I can't explain it, but I knew I had stepped into another world with myself. That when I'm in the pool, and I'm a good swimmer, I'm an avid swimmer, I won't be thinking about anything except the totality of the experience minus the anxiety and fear of not being able to represent myself, not even so much to white people. Because, I was trained to really not give them a whole lot of credit, but it was that experience of being a Black girl with unstraightened hair coming into your community and getting the comments and the looks. And it was the 60s, and it wasn't as if, we hadn't had an example of, may she rest in peace, and of course I'm blocking her name, Cicely Tyson, who was the first Black woman I ever saw wearing a natural on that show, East Side, West Side. I mean, literally, in the early 1960s. I say that because representation of the trueness of ourselves, who we actually are in our totality, is an affront to white supremacy. So again, embracing who I was, what I looked like at a time when there were so many Black women embracing the beauty and the regularity and everydayness of our various 50,000 textures of Black hair. As you know, it's a big area. Incredibly powerful, because it let me know when I'm not thinking about this, I have time and energy to pause it and think about other things. I think the other thing I would say is that there is a feeling when you create through a process of lots of discussion, respectful, difficult, nuanced conversation, where you're building a coalition around an issue with people. And I absolutely always wish that we had filmed the process, because recreating the process where things are balanced, where people are participating from their higher selves and not from their egos and not from their power mongering. I mean, again, one of the reasons I'm writing is because I want to try to recreate what were the dynamics that were in play when allowed us to get the work done in the environment we live in America. Because trust me, as I said to you, I don't know if I said this earlier, but Black feminism did not make us popular. We were very unpopular, as a matter of fact, in that early era. So now things are somewhat better. But Asia, I think I really vibed when you were saying this thing about, oh God, so many ideas. I'll call you. We'll talk about that later. I just really feel like the experience of freedom. Oh, I know what I want to say. By the way, as Toni Cade Bambara said, and she was talking about healing and being well, I think we can provide a parallel insight that freedom is dangerous. Freedom creates conflict. A quest for freedom can bring you into a situation with people who you thought were your colleagues, comrades, comadres, whatever, but it turns out their notion of freedom and yours are two different things. Freedom is a burden. Holding on to your freedom, maintaining your freedom, because it's not a decision that begins and ends in one place. It's a continual reaffirmation for Black women, especially on a daily basis, of constantly not choosing to be seen by the white gaze, always trying to figure out, how do I want to see myself? How do I want to see myself in presentation to my sisters? So there's a lot of negotiating with how to stay free that we have to engage in. And it's not easy.
Yeah.
We don't always support Black women's freedom within the Black community. All that chastising and being told that you need to be quiet and tone it down and, don't try to strive in the way you're doing it. And so much of the dogma from the toxic dimensions of Christianity, the toxic, not all of them, that lead women to try to diminish themselves in order to be acceptable and to not engage as an agent of the divine to the people in the community that's only within the province of men. It's so problematic that we have to spend, and I think it's just the nature of the evolutionary moment we're in, we have to spend so much time on a constant basis figuring out how to maintain our human integrity in a world that seems to shape us in ways which don't reflect us in any real way. And we have been involved in that enterprise since we landed here in 1619. Shout out to my girl. I love 1619, by the way. I'd love to be able to, say more about the experience of actually being on a panel with Nicole. Point being, I think the one thing that I still dread and don't like and have to practice avidly is not engaging with white supremacy as if it's real, because it's not. I mean, we all know as an organizing system and as a system, that operates like the operating system in a computer, that it's constantly in play, mutating, evolving, devolving as we speak. All of that having said, it's based on an untruth, a fundamental untruth. So like my mama told me, she said, "You're gonna try to tell you a lot of things. I'm telling you the truth. It's not real." And this is from a woman who was, not a brilliant race scientist or anything. She was just basing it on empirical evidence based on 2 generations of housekeepers. I mean, you can just see the evidence is all there. Just because you have the power and control doesn't make you superior. So, I think the one last thing I'll say about all of this is that I feel that the moments of freedom that I experience is when I have turned off and am delighting in nature, in the deliciousness of what makes life delicious, all aspects of life that are not within the control of the dominant paradigm. We can take our pleasures and our joys and find them small, large, and in between, especially when we start to recognize that spending so much time engaging in the struggle with alleged white supremacy, we should spend some more time engaging in the delight of creating for real, not in reaction to, but in originating in our true selves, and the process of finding where that true self lies. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That's powerful. Do you want Alana's question? Sure. Yep. We have time for one more.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. This was incredible. I guess my question, I'm trying to work it out in my head as I talk, is that I was really struck by how all of you kind of told stories from your childhood and sort of how you came to be the Black feminists you are today. And I know you mentioned texts and different pieces of media that helped you sort of work through that. But sort of like what Asia was saying, and you know, her finding herself as this before for other women, like my question is then almost like, what bits of advice on sort of self-making, I guess, would you give to younger Black feminists or people who want to support young Black feminists in sort of creating themselves just as you sort of work through today? Is there any, I guess just general advice or sort of like ways to shape oneself that you would suggest?
I love that question.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'll go first.
Can we just say one? Can I say one thing? The most important thing you can do I can't see you, so I don't know. Are you a white woman? Are you not white? The most important thing you can do to support, if you are part of the dominant paradigm, which is, part of the white so-called majority in this country, which is lessening, the most important and revolutionary thing you can do is to do everything you possibly can to increase your knowledge and awareness of how to undermine white supremacy. And I say that, taking a small bite, you can't support Black women until you have a better understanding of what it means to be a white woman in America. And I say a woman again, I'm not misgendering you or doing anything wrong in that sense, but what I'm saying is that for white folk who want to be allies to Black feminists, organizing Black feminist, transformation, working with young Black women, your own awareness of the limitations that have been placed on you because of white supremacy and systemic racism, your capacity to be vulnerable, because we're talking about, asking for the possibility of some suggestions of what to do. I think when you're in situ, when you're there with people that you're working with, engaging with, learning to listen more acutely, to be more aware of when and where you may actually be a good source of support, and when your most important role is to be a witness. There are so many aspects to trying to undermining a dominant system that does not seek in any way, no matter what we say, we see the evidence. It's not really based in the notion of evolving to include the totality of our polity. It is not about that right now. We are still very much in a very primitive environment as it relates to power, race, all of it. So I feel like, and I don't mean to go on and on, but I feel like it's so important to be that loving ally and to be willing to be a race trader. Because again, we need so many people who don't want to buy that, who truly understand in not buying it, the work involved in not buying it is significant.
Yeah. I think we're getting toward the end of our panel here, but I think if there's advice or insights you have, especially for Black women, women of color, young Black girls, for self-making, any of our panelists, but for self-making, Giovanna or Asia?
Yeah. So, actually, Asia, you were going to go. You were going to say something.
What I was going to say was going to be very, very brief. But always allow yourself to be malleable to the work as it comes to you. You as a person, because I always feel like, I still haven't found myself, or I find myself at different moments still meeting parts of myself. And when you find those parts, your feminism is going to change. Your feminism is always going to be at work. You're always going to be doing that work on yourself. So don't ever think that you have finished finding yourself as a Black feminist, because just as there are befores, so come the afters, and we realize, like, oh crap, I wasn't thinking about my feminism that way. I realized now my feminism was leaving this group of people out or this person out. So just always realize there's still more of you to find, and therefore more of your feminism to find, and don't lock yourself into one mode of that.
That's
The
great
end?
advice. Yeah. That's great advice. Do you want to take the last word?
Sure. One thing that I'm still working on, it's a tool that I learned from two Black women, Valerie Batts and her daughter Jamila Catman. Valerie was the founder of Visions, Inc., that did this really important anti-racism work in and around Boston and North Carolina. And they were the first people when I was 14 who introduced me to kind of a different way of being in the world. And so they taught me something called feelings as messengers. And it was the way that for me to process the negative feelings, the difficult feelings, because I didn't have space to do it in my household. And so I guess I'll leave you with your feelings as messengers. When you're feeling joy, peace, and power, keep going. When you're mad, there's been a violation. Maybe you need to reset some boundaries. When you're sad, there's been a loss. You need support. You need comfort. And when you're scared, you perceive or there is a threat. You need reassurance. And so I keep those feelings as messengers on loop, and that's what I think the key is, and that's what I try to tell all Black women and really anyone. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our brilliant panelists in this panel, and I will turn things over to Régine, but let's give them a hand.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for that. That was really a gift. Just a few things that I'm thinking about what Demita said. Are we really talking about getting free, or are we talking about something else? And then, of course, that beautiful activity that Dr. Jones did with her students, and she instructs them, imagine a new world. You don't know how you got there, but it feels good. What does it feel like? And Asia, thank you so much for your offering. There is nothing new under the sun, only new suns. Those are the three big things I'm taking away from me. And I hope I'm taking away for now. And I hope that as we go and enjoy our lunch, you are also taking some things away, and that you'll not only enjoy your lunch, which is delicious, but you'll also meet someone new and chat with people about freedom, about Black feminism. You'll take in some of the beautiful artwork that's over there, and you'll be back here promptly at 12:59 so that we can start our panel at 1 p.m. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your delicious lunch, and we hope you take another box with you to go also. I'm so excited to introduce my friend, Jenia Azaglo, who is going to be moderating our next panel. Jenia is an artist, a performer, a maker, and also manager of the Reckonings, program manager of the Reckonings Project here at Northeastern, which is a big Mellon-funded grant we have for a program that is to build community archivists. And Jenia is very, very, originally from Ghana, but very, very rooted here in Boston. So it's always a pleasure to share space with her. And she'll be moderating our next panel.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Hello, everyone. Did y'all enjoy y'all lunch? Okay, I heard 3 people. Did y'all enjoy y'all lunch? Or at least were you filled with conversation with each other, yes? Awesome. So I am honored to invite some lovely humans on this stage. And as they come up, we are going to clap and yell for them. Remember, they are not Beyonce, so you must scream, okay? You must scream. So the first person I want to introduce on this stage is Layla D. Browne. Can y'all make some noise for Layla D. Browne? She is the Assistant Professor of Cultural Anthropology and Africana Studies and an affiliate faculty in Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Northeastern University. So can we please give a round of applause for Layla D. Browne? Y'all can do better than that. I said this is not Beyonce, this is Layla. till she sits down. Yes, yes? Yeah, I think you can sit down now. Oh, yeah, good to see. Yeah. Keep clapping. The next person I want to introduce is Dr. A.K. Wright. Dr. A.K. Wright is a Jamaican first-generation healer, scholar, and storyteller. They are receiving their PhD in feminist studies at the University of Minnesota, and they are currently in the inaugural Black Feminist Studies postdoctoral fellow at Northeastern University. Can we please make some noise for Dr. A.K. Wright? Yes, yes. The next person I would like to introduce is Jenia Browne. Jenia Browne is an honors Northeastern undergraduate student studying international affairs with a minors in environmental studies and Black feminist studies. So can we please make some noise for Jenia Browne? And make some noise until they sit down. So the first person that will be presenting is Dr. Layla D. Browne. Can we make some noise for Dr. Layla D. Browne?
Okay, so I have had an interesting week. I've been sick, I've had other things going on, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to talk about, think about, meditate on today. And one of the things that I'm really moved by in Kaba's work is the idea that hope is a discipline. And the reason why I'm really moved by that is because I really struggle with that in terms of just looking at the world as it is. And it's something that I struggle with personally, and I sometimes, I feel my responsibility as a teacher to not transfer my pessimism to my students, right? And so I think about that a lot. And so I started by wanting to kind of meditate on some of the quotes from the text that made me think a lot for this, right? So this idea about the need to change everything that comes from Ruth Wilson Gilmore, that building a different world requires that we not only change how we address harm, but that we change everything, right? And so I'm always, one of the things that I always say to my students is that, I don't have the answers, right? And so I was thinking about this, none of us has the answers, or we would have ended depression already. But if we keep building the world we want, trying new things and learning from our mistakes, new possibilities emerge, right? And so for me, that falls along with the idea that hope is a discipline, because it's something that we have to work at every day, even when it looks like we've fallen off a cliff, right? And then the other thing that I was really moved by is that this everything worthwhile is done with other people, right? And I think about that a lot, in particular as an academic, but also I'm a North Carolina native. I moved to Boston in 2018. And I have been in and out of Boston since I moved here, and I've struggled to kind of find my own kind of place and community because I felt so rooted at home. And so moving to another place and trying to find community is a difficult thing to do. So that's something that I was also sort of meditating on. And the last thing is that when we set about trying to transform society, we must remember that we ourselves will also need to transform. Our imagination of what a different world can be is limited. We are deeply entangled in the very systems we are organizing to change. That really spoke to me because I wrote a piece following the pandemic called the Pandemic of Racial Capitalism, Another World is Possible. And I was really sort of meditating on the countries in the world that were attempting to utilize non-capitalist logics that actually centered the preservation of life in the way that they dealt with the pandemic, which was absolutely not the case in the US, absolutely not the case in the UK, not the case in Brazil, right? Not the case in all these places where they sort of kind of try to go on business as usual. So these are some of the things that I want to kind of just start us with. I should also say that I don't not identify as a Black feminist, but I identify as a Pan-African feminist. For me, being a Pan-Africanist is so much a part of who I am and how I was raised. So I was raised by parents who were members of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, and my mother was one of the co-founding members of the All-African Women's Revolutionary Union in 1980, right? And so when I come to think about my ideas about feminism, they're always rooted in one, an understanding of the necessity of the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. And for me, that's important because Africa is always central in the way that I think about those things, right? And it's African people and Africa as a sort of political, geographic, and even imagined space, right? But also as a very real space in the present moment. And so for me, these are sort of my working understandings of Pan-Africanism, which come from Kwame Nkrumah and Sekou Touré. The total liberation and unification of Africa under an all-African socialist government must be the primary objective of all Black revolutionaries throughout the world. It is an objective which, when achieved, will bring about the fulfillment of the aspirations of Africans and people of African descent everywhere. It will, at the same time, advance the triumph of the international socialist revolution and the onward progress toward world communism, under which every society is ordered on the principle of, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. And I would change that to his or her or their needs. Sekou Touré also says, henceforth, Pan-Africanism is the struggle of the masses among the Africans and their brothers abroad. If we are not fully conscious of this, we shall be led into confusion, which imperialism is certain to exploit. Pan-Africanism as a collective moment against imperialist oppression is an expression of the will to unite African peoples and their determination to cease to be passive objects of history and become its subjects. Sorry, I'm rushing through because I really can't breathe that great. So then I thought about, okay, how do I want to present this today? So what I decided to do today is actually just kind of utilize the women in my experiences traveling the world over the last 10 to 15 years who have taught me what their own forms of Pan-African feminism look like. So I did my doctoral research in Venezuela, and I was interested in questions about how, in the sort of moment when the movement for Black Lives was coming to the fore in the US, how this mass movement against police brutality came to be under the first Black president, Barack Obama. And I was thinking about the sort of parallels in Venezuela under their first self-identified Afro-Indigenous president, Hugo Chavez, right? And so I was doing my field work about Black left social movements in Venezuela, and I came across a young woman named Marilyn Pirela, who's the woman on the left. We're about the same age. And one of the things that I was really inspired by, so she is a social worker, and she was doing like lactation consultation and kind of childcare things. She was doing a number of very sort of meeting real material needs, right? But some of the other things I noticed, so she had this brochure when I started working with her, and it had this quote on the back of it. Now, the brochure was literally about like coming to get consultation for lactation consultations, like basic things that the women needed. But she had this quote on the back: "The revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity or because of a surge of human compassion. It is a basic necessity for the triumph of the revolution. Women hold up the other half of the sky." And "women hold up the other half of the sky," I think, is also a reference to Mao. But this is a quote that she put on the back of this brochure by Thomas Sankara. And so I asked her about the choice to put that there. And she said that, it's very difficult to have a sort of abstract conversation about the need to see ourselves in relationship to people in Africa, to even understand the sort of Pan-Africanist struggle in this sort of abstract way. She said, but when I get to have the opportunity to have women close to me and I'm talking to them as they're trying to feed their babies, I can take this as an opportunity to sort of share and expand some of the information that I have about these sort of revolutionary struggles, right? And so I saw that as a very interesting and inventive way to take the sort of very material work that she was doing every day and try to involve herself in political education, right? And that's something that she understood to be very important. Another thing I'll say about Venezuela at this time, when Chavez came to power, one of the things that they did was they have these bookstores where at the time they had translated and published all of these revolutionary literature in Spanish, and they were available through these government bookstores. And all of the books in the stores were like 2 or 3 bolivares, right? And so there's something there about an access to information that the government was attempting to foment, I think, among the population that at the very least, it wouldn't be cost prohibitive, right? There are other kinds of structural things that were absolutely going on, but these are some of the, I think, kind of incremental things that, that we see as we're working to try to build a different type of world. Argelia Laya was like, I don't know how any way to describe her other than the fact that she was a badass. But the interesting thing about Argelia Laya, so there's a school, the only university in Venezuela that is predominantly Afro-descendant serving is named after her. Her parents were revolutionary guerrillas. She was a teacher. She was raped as a young woman. And they were attempting to try to force her to give up her child. And in her decision to keep her child that was a product of rape, it really sort of radicalized her to sort of think about the ways that women in particular were being penalized because of things that had nothing to do with them. Because she was a teacher at the time, and they wanted to fire her from her job for refusing to get rid of her child, right? But one of the things that I think is also really important about Argelia Laya is that she's very instrumental in the feminist movement, the sort of leftist movement, and the Afro-Venezuelan movement, right? So she is this national figure that all of these sort of traditionally sort of the leftist agendas intersect in her life, and she becomes a symbol of sort of all of these things, right? And so one of the things that there's a book about, there's a book that's a collection of her writings that came out right after she died in the early 90s. That she says, the first step of women's true liberation is socialism. Equal rights are only possible in a socialist society. Laya constantly warned that the capitalist system thrives on women's political exclusion and alienation because it stops them from achieving their revolutionary potential. Everybody suffers in this system. Rich men exploit poor men, but women are subjected to the male slave and enslaver. Working class women are exploited inside the house and outside by the employer. And one of the things that I think Argelia Laya was relentless about is that she never compromised about the fact that she was struggling simultaneously for economic freedom, freedom from gender oppression as a woman, and for the full sort of dignity and recognition of herself as an Afro-descendant woman, right? And so I think for me, she becomes really this very important kind of symbol in thinking in the necessity of always thinking all of these three things together. I'm sorry. I don't know why this slide is blank. So Nirva Camacho is another woman. She was also a social worker in the community. And I'm just going to read out a few quotes from them. My work in Afro-Venezuelan communities, particularly with women who have not yet had the opportunity to overcome the racist messages they have internalized, reveals that lack of self-knowledge and self-esteem makes it more difficult to decipher the racist and discriminatory behaviors of others and the ways in which these behaviors affect the social, political, and economic dynamics of justice. Norma Romero, who unfortunately passed away last year. She was initially a coordinator of the Cumbe de Mujeres Afro, the Afro-descendant women's Cumbe in Venezuela, and through the sort of government as it's formed now, came to run this sort of the Center for the Development of the Afro-Venezuelan Community. And one of the things that, she was always adamant about is that while it was important to center Afro-Venezuelan heritage, what they also recognize is that it was sort of also used in a very sort of touristy kind of way. And so one of the things she was always adamant about saying is that our heritage is not cultural, it's a political heritage, a heritage of struggle. Roraima Gutierrez is another young woman who also now has a very sort of high position within the Venezuelan government. And she talks about the disproportionate focus on culture was part of the banalization of the movement of the people, despite being an important element of who we are as a community of people. It feels as if it is being used to pacify our communities. And a part of what they are responding to here is that they wanted to be taken seriously as political actors, theorists, and that they were instrumental in this sort of liberatory imagination of what the Bolivarian revolution in Venezuela is and will become. I want to play this clip very quickly. How do I end this? Because I just want to let this woman speak for herself, because she can.
Que el pueblo salva al pueblo. Se reconoció el valor de la mujer fundamental, y no solamente el poder de la mujer, nos dieron la oportunidad de que construyéramos esto. Todo esto que está aquí lo construyeron 92 familias, y esto lo vamos a defender. que la ayuda humanitaria nos la vamos a dar entre nosotros, que vamos a recuperar a todos los confundidos que creen que es de Norteamérica, que nos van a venir a ayudar, que nos van a cobrar hasta con la independencia. Yo soy negra y pobre, como esclava más nunca, porque ya he vivido procesos de liberación profundo, donde yo puedo decir lo que me dé la gana, como lo estoy haciendo en este momento.
¿Tú crees que sí hay alguna intervención militar, como ha dicho Trump? ¿Tú crees que el pueblo de acá resiste? ¿Tú crees que
sí, vamos a resistir. Vamos a hacer todo lo posible por resistir.
Well,
if you're interested in that, that video was made in response to the 2019 crisis where people were claiming that there were no supplies available in Venezuela. So the last thing I want to kind of do is shift to a current moment. So I also had the opportunity to attend Francia Marquez's inauguration ceremony, right? And so I think about the work that I've been doing in Venezuela over the past, I guess it was 12 years now. And I think about Francia as, and obviously she's been doing this work her whole life too, right? And I don't want to discredit that in any kind of way. But I think about this moment as a sort of culmination, right, of us to be able to see what it looks like to have a woman who is not like our vice president, who actually has real politics, who actually comes from a community of people that she has maintained a connection to and continues to maintain that connection to, but that she's also adamant about the sort of futility of the position of vice president of Colombia, while she also recognizes its symbolic importance, right? And so I think there is something that as African people, we always sort of recognize that these positions where we get a little bit of show, they have symbolic importance, but we know that the real work is yet to be done. And so, this quote that's here is was her acceptance speech when she was elected, and she basically says, "Thank you for planting the seed, right? Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for struggling with us, and thank you for getting us to a place that we never thought Colombia could get to, right?" And so when I think about this, until we free us, right? And obviously the freedom has not happened yet, right? It's another step, but all of these things that we think about, it's really not possible. I mean, in the entire history of Colombia, there has never been a black president nor a left-leaning president ever in the entire history of Colombia, right? And so we're in this moment right now. And I think, so these are just some pictures from that inauguration, but what's also, I think, important, and the reason why Pan-Africanism is also a framework for me, is also because of the constant attention to the political connections that we have with indigenous people, poor people, right? That even as we center our experiences as people of African descent, that we always know that all oppression is connected and that our struggles are connected, right? And that in order to free ourselves, we must work together to free all people, right? So I just want to leave you with these last few. We can talk more about these in the Q&A. I got to have that experience with my father, so that's my father there. But the last thing I'll say is that there are two things that Francia is known for and was really criticized for in her campaign, was her focus on los nadies y las mayoras, who are the nobodies and the elder women who serve as a space where we learn how to engage human beings, right? And she has, again, been uncompromising about the fact that her political agenda comes from a desire and a need to learn from those who came before us and to serve those who the world sees as nobodies. And so I will leave this last. I just want to play this because these were women from one of the palenques celebrating her. Thank you.
Y'all give another round of applause for Dr. Layla Browne. Before Dr. Well, I mean, you're going to be a doctor, so technically, Doctor. Before A.K. Browne comes to the mic, I want to introduce someone I didn't introduce that is coming on a little later is Dr. Annette Joseph Gabriel. And I just want to introduce her to you guys. She is an associate professor of romance studies at Duke University. Her research focuses on race, gender, and citizenship in the French-speaking Caribbean, Africa, and France. So can we please give a round of applause for Annette Joseph Gabriel, who will be tuning in from North Carolina virtually. But at this current moment, we are going to give a round of applause for A.K. A.K. Wright.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's such an incredible day to celebrate the brilliance of Black feminism and what it has done and will do for our world. And I'm just so happy to be here with some amazing panelists to discuss all of that. In 2020, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, reflecting upon abolitionist everyday practices, stated, quote, "We might think of the little things we do every day, the work we are already doing, as survival pending abolition. Often when we reflect on abolitionist praxis, we first imagine the larger goals of closing prisons and eradicating police departments. And it should be what we imagine. And I'm also interested in how we arrive at that vision, through everyday acts, everyday practices, as Gilmore asks us to consider. If we are, as Marian Kaba understands, doing this till we free us, what is the this? What are we doing? How are we challenging the forms of carcerality that extend beyond prisons and policing, and that shape our interpersonal relationships, our community building, and even the relationships we have to our own bodies and the bodies of those around us? Carcerality shapes our relationships with each other so that our intimate and communal bonds are broken, and we instead lean to punitive measures and punitive ways of being with each other. We do not simply live in the statistics of mass incarceration, police brutality, white supremacy, coloniality, and cis-heteropatriarchy. We feel the impact of these systems of power and domination on our bodies and often act them out on ourselves and on those around us, creating the affective experiences of carcerality. I understand abolition, then, as an embodied practice of the everyday affective and physical practices that bring us closer to freedom and how we sense freedom within. In my search for embodied abolitionist practices, I find Black feminist genealogies that link healing, community care, and freedom practices. It is these genealogies of Black feminist practice of embodied abolition that I will discuss today in response to the prompt of this panel. Healing justice, a framework that shapes my understanding of abolition, was coined by Black queer organizer Kara Page in the early 2000s. Healing justice is the process of centering individual and collective healing in movements for social change. Healing justice is an activist practice that argues that to address socioeconomic issues such as racism, sexism, classism, ableism, and environmental degradation, one must uplift healing work that invokes care, ways in which individuals deal and prevent and deal with harm for the bodies of our communities. Healing justice, though coined by Kara Page in the early 2000s, has a rich, centuries-long genealogy in the lives of those in the African diaspora and has been significant for Black liberatory struggle. From smallpox inoculation as a form of community care in some pre-colonial West African communities, to the role of healers in slave quarters, who use African indigenous epistemologies in birth work and caring for bodies harmed by the violence of whippings, branding, and other forms of violence, to community health centers founded by Black organizers such as the Black Panthers and Black feminist reproductive justice leaders. We must recognize that care has always been part of Black freedom practices, particularly in Black feminism. Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It's self-preservation, and that's an act of political warfare. This frequently quoted statement of Audre Lorde is often brought up when one discusses healing, self-care, and well-being. What is not discussed as often is how it's connected to a certain genealogy of Black feminism that centers embodiment, and that becomes the foundation of our current understandings of healing justice and radical self-care.
For me, a genealogy means to anchor our current ways of knowing and being in the past work that made our current ontologies and epistemologies exist, or who we are, what we do, and what we know. I center embodiment in a genealogy from the mid-20th century to contemporary abolitionist practices to trace care, or the ways how we attend to the body as a site of practices that make life and freedom possible. Lord's quote comes from her essay, A Burst of Light, first published in 1988, a series of journal writings from her first 3 years of living with cancer from January 15, 1984 to December 15, 1986. These excerpts document her scholarly work, activism, and commitments to her well-being as she navigated her illness and underwent different treatments. As she writes of her treatments and appointments, she also writes of a different but connected struggle against societal oppression. She describes this struggle as a battle. Quote, I spend time every day meditating upon myself in battle, visualizing the actual war going on inside my body. As I move through the other parts of each day, that battle often merges with particular external campaigns, both political and personal. The devastation of apartheid in South Africa and racial murder in Howard Beach feels as critical to me as cancer, end quote. In Laura's daily meditation, she links the struggle between different social ills to illnesses within her own body. Laura does this because the trauma of living within social ills and having to extend one's body, mind, and soul to battling those ills weighs on the body. What is significant about this work is her argument that caring for herself and her body and the bodies of those she's in community with is part of political and social organizing. She understands treating the cancer within herself as similar to treating social ills like racism, heterosexism, and classism. She embodies the belief that care for the body must be part of what she calls political warfare. She encourages embodied practices like spiritual ceremonies, the writing of poetry, meditation, dance, and other forms of movement as a way to nourish our souls as we engage with a violent world. In an interview in 2018 with the music and art festival Afropunk, Angela Davis, when describing radical self-care, stated, quote, anyone who is interested in making change in the world also has to learn how to take care of herself, himself, their self, end quote. In the same video, Davis described her own practices of yoga and meditation while in prison, and also similar practices by Erica Huggins, a Black Panther leader who is also in prison. Angela Davis and Erica Huggins, both involved in gender and race-based organizing, have described how important their embodied practices, in this case physical and mental rituals, were as practices that helped them survive their imprisonment while protecting and honoring their bodies. Huggins writes in her reflection on her time in prison that she asked her lawyer to get her a book on yoga. She writes, quote, as I began to practice the yoga postures, I noticed what the woman who wrote the book said. When you finish the posture, sit quietly for meditation. Just notice your breath and sit. And I did, and it saved me. And so meditation helped me in every nook and cranny of my life. And I knew then, should I ever leave there, it was a faraway wish that I would ever be out of there. Meditation would stay with me, end quote. Huggins describes her yoga and meditation practice as a form of survival that began a continuous practice. Through meditation, she was able to find peace within her circumstances, even though she believed she would never escape. Huggins, in the extension of how white supremacist violence targets Black motherhood, was separated from her young daughter who was an infant at the time of her arrest. Huggins says that meditation allowed her the strength and balance to engage in inner work that gave her the ability to see her daughter only once a week for only an hour. It was not about making the prison tolerable, but to find the power within to fight against carceral dehumanization. Through her embodied practices, Huggins' body became an instrument in anti-carceral resistance. Huggins and David constructed ways to find a degree of resistance through their bodies by caring for themselves through the centering of their well-being. And this is the part of the genealogy of Black feminist practices of embodied abolition. So, now that we've engaged that genealogy through Audre Lorde, Erica Huggins, and Angela Davis, how are folks carrying through those legacies today, through these legacies of care? So moving forward a few decades, I want to bring us to Minneapolis, where I conducted my graduate research. And that's where I witnessed and engaged with others engaging in embodied abolitionist practices that are aligned with this genealogy I'm constructing. In the fall of 2020, I spoke with Black, queer, and trans folks who facilitated healing justice practices. I understood them as deeply concerned with how people are doing, feeling, and living. In other words, how their hearts, souls, and spirits are. And their life work is concerned with making space or guiding and shaping circumstances so that folks can attend to the impact of their lived experiences and live better lives. They also know lives are shaped by material and, more specifically, political, social, and economic conditions such as access to housing, healthcare, education, clean air and water, food, and as such, healing is also impacted by these conditions. Some of the healing work they facilitated included doula work, being a yoga instructor, bodywork methods, sexual education, leading a youth-led urban farm and food justice, herbal offerings, and leading organizations through a healing justice framework that center community care is necessary for organizing. All of these are examples of embodied abolitionist practices that bring us closer to freedom. One collaborator, Gabriel, described their healing practices and what they offered folks during the uprising. They said, quote, "You know, like, what I was doing is, I wasn't out on the streets protesting. I was making sure people were fed. I was making sure folks had herbs. I was offering body work. So it feels like the work itself feels like mutuality to me. And like, this is what mutual aid looks like. It looks like being like, cool, thank you for going out there and doing some shit I don't like. It's not that I don't even think it's important, it's just not where my fight is. So thank you for doing that. Let's make sure that you're fed, you're sustained, and that you can be in it," end quote. When we hold space to care for each other, we can assure that those who want to be in it can be in it. Gabriel illustrates that in the fight for justice, there are many roles to play. Gabriel, as a healing justice facilitator, saw their role as helping to sustain those protesting and to offering healing spaces with food, herbs, and body work for those in their community. Their mutual aid efforts were ensuring folks had their needs met so that change is possible. That is the work of holding space for care practices. Another collaborator, Aisha, works for abolitionist organization that is guided by philosophies of healing justice. Following the map set out by Lord and others, they understand their organizing as linked to healing and that the work is not possible without caring for oneself. Connections and communal care sustains liberatory practices. Aisha, as an abolitionist organizer, hence seeks connections with others. They argue abolition is about presence, and one cannot be present to be part of changing their community without taking care of themselves and others. They tell me, quote, "So like, what are the ways in which we're feeding our joy, which means we're feeding our resiliency? What are the ways we're coming together to feed our collective resiliency?" And so the both and like thinking about what are your own individual practices and what are the ways that you need to reach for connection? What are the places that you actually need to heal in order to be inside your full Black self? And then what are the ways you're connecting with folks to actually build that? Because you know, abolition is about presence, not absence, right? End quote. Healing justice isn't a practice they just encourage in their organizing. It shapes the organization they're a part of, so that leaders take time to rest, they create events with food and music to celebrate those who are part of the organization, and then they invite the community to celebrate with them. And they actively work against burnout culture. For example, most of their organizing in 2021 was about the ballot question of whether or not to replace the Minneapolis Police Department with the Department of Public Safety. And even though the initiative did not pass, but 42% of Minneapolis voters did vote to abolish the police department, the organization held a celebratory party anyway to celebrate the efforts of the larger community sustaining months of political education events, canvassing, and media campaigns. Afterwards, the organization took a sabbatical to rest, re-energize, and plan for the future. Because the leaders of the organization understood the impact of burnout, they actively planned against it. Individual care practices inform collective action. The productivity drive of capitalism encourages folks to run themselves ragged, even in the name of activism. Organizers are encouraged to respond immediately to crisis, to exhaust themselves working against powerful systems, and to constantly place their bodies on the line for social change. Aisha's organization, led by Black, queer, and trans folks, shows that another way is possible. I'm glad the organization remains steadfast in their commitment to rest and care for themselves, in being led by Black, queer, and trans people, and having healing justice, a Black queer philosophy, as their guiding organizational motto. Aisha's organization is an example of doing this till we free us. They invest in community care as a practice of freedom. Marian Kaba writes in her book, which the title of the panel comes from, quote, "Community matters, collectivity matters. To me, that's the whole thing. And if we can't get along with each other and we can't take responsibility for what we do with each other, then what the hell are we doing? I believe that when we are in relationship with each other, we influence each other. What matters to me as a unit of interest is relationships," end quote. So returning back to Aisha's questions, what are the ways that you need to reach for connection? What are the places that you actually need to heal in order to be inside your full Black self? And then what are the ways you're connecting with folks to actually build that? So I link all these folks, Audrey, Angela, Erica, Gabriel, and Aisha, in a genealogy of Black feminist practices of embodied abolition, because I want us to take Community Care Act seriously as an abolitionist strategy that disrupts and eradicates carcerality. So how can we learn from our Black feminist elders and those currently engaging those legacies to transform our relationships to our own bodies and the bodies of those around us? How can we ensure that things we do not come at the expense of our bodies, minds, and souls? Because I do not believe freedom is possible if we continue to ignore generational historical trauma, our well-being, and continue to treat each other as disposable. Everyday care acts are necessary for envisioning and building a new world. I argue as part of what Ruth Wilson Gilmore describes as everyday acts of survival pending abolition. And it's a matter of self-preservation, political warfare, and communal healing. So in the spirit of that, I invite us all to take a collective breath. My students who are in the room are very used to this. So on a count of 3, we'll breathe in, and then we'll hold it for 3, and then we'll let out. So 1, 2, 3, in, and out. So let's do it together, one breath at a time, till we are free. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to start with some reflections on my Black feminist journey, which started during my second year of college. Being a Black lesbian of Caribbean descent, I often didn't see myself in the world around me. Before I started studying Black feminism, I felt trapped in a world where I was an outsider, experiencing things that I recognized had to do with my identity, but not having the language to articulate them. I felt alone. I couldn't explain what I was experiencing to others, and even when I could, I never felt truly understood. That was until I was introduced to Black feminists like Bell Hooks, Audre Lorde, Pat Parker, and the founders of the Combahee River Collective. Through my Gender and Black World Literatures course, I was introduced to a multitude of Black women who told stories similar to mine. Regardless of whether I share their experiences or not, their voices and words resonated deeply. It felt as though I finally found people who spoke the language I spoke, experienced what I experienced, and felt what I felt. After reading Zami, A New Spelling of My Name, I finally understood that there were people who came before me who understood me. Black lesbians who had experiences like me, who had feelings like me, people who had the words to explain what I was living. Their writing and actions affirmed that my experiences were valid and that somebody else understood them. This is the first way that Black feminism liberated me, by demonstrating a path to freedom. My personal freedom meant a freedom from the definitions imposed on me by systems of oppression like heterosexism, patriarchy, and white supremacy. It meant self-definition and freedom of expression. This would not have been possible without the knowledge that people like me had dared to do the same. Understanding the ancestry of Black feminists around me freed me from the loneliness I felt in my day-to-day life. Their words were not only liberating, but activating. Seeing the hope, strength, and determination they held inspired me to act every single day to try to embody Black feminist principles in everything that I do. As these ancestors, particularly Bell Hooks, taught me how to love myself as a radical act, I in turn learned how to love and care for others. This meant discovering ways to understand how to fight for freedom for those around me. If my personal freedom meant being liberated from trying to fit the standards of oppressive systems, the true liberation meant freedom from those systems for all. The Combahee River Collective Statement declares that our freedom would necessitate the destruction of all systems of oppression in reference to Black women. The destruction of these systems requires Black feminist principles of love, community, and relentless hope, which I'll be discussing today. We are here today to honor the legacy of Bell Hooks. After a brief introduction to her work in my courses, I wrote her extremely profound book, All About Love, which I'm sure is familiar to many people in the room. As it does for many people, it changed my perspective on what loving really means. One of the most important lessons I learned is that love should be the basis of our praxis. In outlaw culture, Bell Hooks states that the moment we choose to love, we begin to move towards freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and others. That action is the testimony of love as the practice of freedom. The fight for Black freedom is a daunting task. It is a continuous battle that at times can weigh heavily on the soul. How do we continue to fight every day as we are constantly shown the harm that is repeatedly inflicted on Black bodies and minds? How do we continue to do this until we are free? The answer lies in Bell Hooks' words, in a love ethic. Love reminds us to care for others in the way that we hope to care for ourselves. Even further, it reminds us that the struggle for freedom goes beyond our individual experiences. When we fight for freedom, we must do so not only for ourselves, but out of a love for all of humanity, a love for all of us. This is what love motivates us to continue to do in the face of adversity. As Black people, love is intrinsically oppositional to the harm perpetuated by oppressive systems today. To love ourselves is to protest against the hate inflicted on us by white supremacy. This is why love sustains successful liberation movements. As I have grown into who I am today, this ethic of love motivates me to want to do better and to be better. To love my family, friends, peers, and even the Northeastern and Boston communities as a whole means I must want to fight for them and have better for them. As we all fight our individual battles, it is often easy to forget to show love to those around us. But it is important to remember that love can be small acts too, and its presence can be a constant. When I think of the concept of doing until, I think of persistence. To do the work, consistently and consciously, is what will free us. Therefore, reminding ourselves of the need for a love ethic is vital. It heals our wounds and ignites our hope. It renews the spirit. Love is also the basis of the community needed to fight for freedom. In Audre Lorde's words, without community, there is no liberation. There is no way in which we can dismantle oppressive systems and fight for Black freedom without fighting together. As I reflected on Mariam Kaba's words, we do this till we free us, what really resonated with me is the we and the us in this statement. To me, this is an acknowledgement of the fact that creating community is an essential part of the constant struggle towards Black freedom. Being a Black student at a predominantly white institution makes this very obvious to me. As a Black student attending a PWI, it can be daunting, draining, and exhausting. In many ways, it is a 24/7 battle to be seen and understood. I'm surrounded by faculty, staff, and students who usually do not look like me. After attending a PWI in high school, where Black students were only 4% of the student body, I felt isolated. This lack of community wore down my soul as I faced multiple aggressions from students with nowhere to turn for support. Knowing this, as I started college, I immediately sought out a Black community. I was lucky enough to find it in our Black Student Association. This community, alongside the support of the staff at the John D. O'Brien African American Institute, reaffirmed that community was one of the keys to liberation. As president of the Black Student Association, building community is not only necessary for me, but I am entrusted with building it for others as well. I have learned from executive boards of the past that this is a great responsibility. It is a labor of love, one that I proudly take on. As I contribute to the student body, I receive the same, if not more, support back. When I feel lost, I know that I have this community to turn to. When I succeed, I know that there will be people to share these successes with. To be in community is to rejoice in our joys and support one another in our struggles. In the contemporary struggle for Black freedom, these acts are equally important. Without one another, it is easy to lose sight of the reason why we fight for liberation. Our community reminds us that we fight for each other as much as we fight for ourselves, if not more so. Community building is a collective effort. It provides security when the fight for liberation becomes tiring. To say that fighting for Black liberation is difficult is an understatement. But to survive, we must rely on each other. To go even further, to thrive, we must find true community with one another. This goes beyond fighting for freedom together. As Audre Lorde has continuously stated, the diversity of Black experiences and identity is what makes being Black so beautiful. Community reminds us that when we fight for Black liberation, we are fighting for all Black people, regardless of our experiences and various backgrounds. A vital part of the we and the us is that it has to represent us all. We fight for Black freedom until we are all free. In times as divisive as the current moment, it is of the utmost importance to remember this. It goes beyond understanding our differences, but loving them. We must work together with difference as a strength to change the world around us. Once again, bell hooks affirmed this when saying, choosing love, we also choose to live in community, and that means that we do not have to change by ourselves. Finally, our community can also provide us the support we need when we begin to lose hope. As I've grown into my identity as a Black feminist, I have learned that hope, imagination, and relentless optimism are vital in any fight for freedom. Lost my place. To achieve a brighter future, we have to imagine it first. This is a difficult task when faced with our current reality. A culture that praises power and domination requires that those who are oppressed do not imagine a better future. We are expected to accept our current conditions as a fact of life. But as Black people, we have continuously proven that there is always a better future on the horizon. When I think of hope, I think of the Haitian Revolution. I think of abolitionists like David Walker and his wife, Eliza Butler. I think of underground Black queer ballroom culture in the 1980s. In all of these instances, Black communities refused to accept their current conditions. They had the imagination necessary to envision a better future and the strength to fight for it. Hope also unifies a community under the same goal. It is a tool to unify people across their differences for collective liberation. It is hard to admit, but on my personal journey, I have lost hope on many occasions, particularly after the murder of George Floyd. I was 18, I was angry, and I was confused. Not only was I reminded of the brutality that Black people face day to day, but throughout the subsequent protests, riots, and false political promises, I was reminded of how tumultuous the fight for freedom is. I was afraid of what the future holds, afraid of nothing coming out of all the work that we're doing. There are times when everything feels too bleak to imagine a better world. But this is when it becomes important to lean on those around you. We do this till we free us. I learned that hope does not require relentless positivity. It does not mean that we ignore the bad and the ugly, and it does not mean that we cannot be frustrated, angry, afraid, or confused. What hope does mean is that regardless, we know that there is better, that we do not have to accept our conditions, and that when we cannot remember this, there's always someone who can hold hope for us. Lost my place again. In my independent study on the resistive nature of Black lesbian writing and anthologies, I found that across many anthologies and many, many authors, all of them instilled hope and perseverance into their writing, regardless of what the subject matter was. A group of authors who not only experienced the effects of white supremacy, but also of heterosexism and patriarchy, found ways to dream and imagine better futures in times that were bleaker than these. That is a lesson I will never forget. To summarize my thoughts, I turn to bell hooks once again. There is a light in darkness. You just have to find it. The fight for freedom is constant. It requires us to be relentless. I started today reflecting on my journey as a Black feminist, and if there's anything to take away from that journey, it is that Black feminist principles of love, community, and hope should show up in all places and in all spaces. This presence contributes to the fight for Black freedom. Fighting for freedom demands that we embody these qualities in everything that we do. I am still growing. My reflections today represent ideas that I'm still grappling with and attempting to embody in the work that I do. But the community around me and the people inside community that I've grown to love inspire me each and every single day. Inspire me to have hope, to keep going and to keep doing, no matter how hard it may get. I urge everyone here today to remember these principles as we fight for freedom, for better futures, and for liberation for all. We owe it to our outstanding ancestors and role models, like bell hooks, to not forget the lessons they taught us and the work they put into building our present. Just as they fought to create a better reality for us, we must do the same for ourselves and for those who will come after us. As we reflect on Black freedom and honor bell hooks today, I am thankful for her influence on my life, the community surrounding me, and for your presence today. Thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. Can I get a signal? People can hear me, see me okay, see my screen? Yes, okay. Fantastic, thank you. All right, well, first, many thanks to Régine Jean-Charles for the invitation to participate in this inspiring event to honor bell hooks, a foremother and intellectual giant. I am grateful for the commitment to making this event accessible by offering the option also of remote participation. I also want to thank Asia Potts and all who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to facilitate our gathering today. And yes, shout out to everyone. And thank you also to my co-panelists for these really rich and thought-provoking interventions. So as you've heard from all of my co-panelists, in convening our panel, Régine and Asia invited us to, quote, take seriously Mariame Kaba's action-oriented concept of doing until in order to reflect on what freedom as a constant struggle looks like in our contemporary moment. And so I wanted to turn to a particular moment that I encountered years ago in my research and that I had never been quite sure what to do with until receiving this invitation. On the surface, the moment is marked in its simplicity. It is a short account of the repetition of a single small act of care. Martinican families doing laundry. Like that's it, that's the small act of care. And it is done in the face of cataclysmic political upheaval. In this case, a highly mediatized trial of Martinican youth activists who were facing prosecution for sedition against the French state. Recently, I have become invested in thinking about the small in relation to the large, in learning from thinkers whose methods, as Saidiya Hartman writes of Dion Brand's poetry, make use of the, quote, acuity of detail and regard, while deftly attending to the magnitude of absence and oblivion. So in taking as my starting point Kaba's doing until, I want to consider how small acts, like doing laundry, can illuminate a path towards big visions, like freedom from colonial oppression masquerading as citizenship. So the story of that small laundry moment is as follows. In 1962, Martinicans awoke on the morning of Christmas Eve to find manifestos plastered on public buildings calling for La Martinique aux Martiniquais, or Martinique for Martinicans. The manifesto denounced the persistence of colonial power relations between France and Martinique that were barely veiled by the island's status as an overseas department of France. It declared that the time had come to put an end to the agonizing misery wrought by a centuries-old colonialism that seemingly would not die, that had not died even after Martiniquans' supposed acquisition of full French citizenship. In short, the manifesto declared, it was time to break away from France. The incendiary document circulated quickly because it was both distributed throughout the island and posted boldly on public buildings. It was signed by the Organisation de la Jeunesse Anticolonialiste de la Martinique, or the Organization of Anti-Colonialist Youth of Martinique. So it was primarily a student organization. And their sort of acronym spell OJAM, so they are often referred to as OJAM. In the coming days after this event, about 18 OJAM activists were arrested and incarcerated in Fort-de-France on suspicion of having circulated the seditious text. As citizens, the youth activists had the right to a trial and due process in Martinique. They were denied this. Instead, under cover of night and without notice to their families or their lawyers, they were surreptitiously put on board a flight bound for France, where they would ultimately stand trial. In what came to be known as l'affaire de l'OJAM, the OJAM affair, the French prosecutor issued a communique to the Martinican public attempting to justify the questionable legal basis for what some were calling a deportation of Martinicans from their own country. Indeed, Martinicans had likely not forgotten the period of arbitrary detentions and deportations that marked the stranglehold of the Nazi collaborationist Vichy regime on the island during World War II. By 1962, when the OJAM affair happened, Martinique had been a French overseas department for nearly 2 decades. But the racism that characterized French colonial rule in the early 20th century that intensified under Vichy rule during World War II, and that persisted in the form of wage inequalities, political disenfranchisement, and inadequate access to essential services, meant that departmentalization did not bring with it a clear temporal break between the colonial and the post-colonial. In 1962, when OJAM student activists declared Martinique for Martinicans, they were addressing an island that was governed by a French prefect, that was dominated economically by descendants of the white planter class, and that was policed by a largely white metropolitan French police force. For Martinican feminists, there was a different story to be told. The Union des Femmes de la Martinique, or the Union of Women of Martinique, and they're usually referred to as the UFM, wrote their own narrative about the arrest and extradition of the OJAM activists. They sought to counter the French state's justification for transferring activists from the island where they had families and communities to a prison in the French metropole to await trial. One of the UFM's founding members, Yvette Mauvois, gave a speech that proposed a feminist counter-narrative. And I'm gonna kind of read a chunk of her speech. It's a bit of a chunk, so I've broken it up visually, right? Kind of color-coded. I'm a visual person, and so we'll kind of follow along that way. But this is what she said about what happened to the youth activists. She said, at the start of the week of the transfer, the families of the imprisoned had taken their dirty clothes to clean them and were to return them around Saturday, the next visiting day. In the meantime, the prisoners had only the bare necessities, pants, linen shirts, etc. Some of them had even given their family their entire suit because they had no need for it in the cell in which they had lived for months. Orange. So, on the night of the transfer, they were caught unawares and left dressed as they were, with no change of clothes, with no suit, with nothing. The state was therefore obliged to furnish them with a minimum. And this minimum was essentially a pullover bought from Prise Unique in Guadeloupe and a blanket. Green. Men and women of Martinique. Can you imagine them disembarking in Paris in such an outfit? Disheveled, with a blanket on their backs or under their arms and chained? They are trying to give Parisians a false impression of our political prisoners by presenting them in the most unfavorable light, by humiliating them and representing them as hoodlums. And the word she uses in French is des voyous. Is this how one goes to France? Is this how one disembarks when the temperature is 13 degrees Celsius? Having left without saying goodbye, some of the imprisoned were not able to see the child born to them. So this is the moment I get in my research where I'm like, okay, wait, why is there so much focus on clothing given everything else that is going on? Because on its surface, this speech is not the fiery denunciation of the tenacious roots of colonialism that still bound Martinique to France. It is a complaint by a woman angry that imprisoned loved ones have been subjected to cheap, dirty, and inadequate clothing. But if we read deeper, the bookends that bracket this excerpt, so in blue and in green, are crucial for understanding how Mauvois' disproportionate emphasis on the seemingly small and trivial matter of clothing, in fact undertakes a critique of the cataclysmic destruction of social bonds that results from the state's detention of those she calls, quote, political prisoners. Mauvois' counter-narrative starts and ends with the family. What begins as a cohesive unit despite separation, held together by the flow of dirty clothing out of the prison and clean clothing back into the prison as an act of care, unravels throughout Mauvois' accounting. By the end, the separation appears more definitive, the break more devastating, symbolized by the detainee who would not, perhaps might never again, see their newly born child. So by the time we get to that, the beginning of that green section, right, by apostrophizing men and women of Martinique and calling them to bear witness to the injustice suffered by the OJAM activists, Mauvois suggests that the damage done to the individual families of the detainees extends also to the rest of the island as a cohesive community. Prisoners' clothes become a symbol of a feminist praxis of communal care that resists the state's destruction of communities. Mauvois recasts the OJAM activists from criminals, that's the state's definition, to family members. This seemingly small rhetorical act has powerful implications. As Mariam Kaba explains in We Do This Till We Free Us, quote, restoring the awareness of the humanity, or our awareness of the humanity of prisoners, is a crucial step toward undoing the harms of mass incarceration. What Kaba and Mauvois show as the first and crucial small act that bears repeating again and again is a linguistic and conceptual refusal of the state's terms of definition. As Suzanne Césaire once wrote to a fascist French admiral, we do not speak the same language. Linguistic and conceptual refusal, Kaba insists, can lead to social transformation. She illustrates as much in her reflection on her activism on behalf of Marissa Alexander, who was imprisoned for firing a warning shot to ward off her abusive husband. So this is what Kaba reflects on, right, in terms of her activism on Marissa's behalf. She says, when I've been tabling or facilitating teachings about Marissa, people sometimes ask if I know her personally. I don't. I can read the questions on their faces. Why then are you talking about her case? Why are you committed to her freedom? I devoted so many hours to raising awareness and funds for Marissa's legal defense because she is a human being who has been unjustly targeted and is still fighting to get free. I'm always on the freedom side. Marissa's unfreedom cages me. Who will keep our sisters if not us? If I hadn't helped my sister, they'd have put those chains on me. They tied her body to a tree and left her bleeding until we cut her down and took her home as a daughter. Beyond facile claims to sympathy or empathy, the lens of kinship here allows us to see social transformation at work. The move back and forth between my sister and me culminates, right, in this poem's closing line in which the sister is transformed into a daughter. And this transformation implies yet another, right? Because then when the sister becomes a daughter, the speaker too now becomes a mother. I do not know if Yvette Mauvois knew any of the OJAM activists personally, but she insisted that they were, quote, for us all, our sons, our husbands, our comrades, our friends. In her speech to the women of the UFM, she countered the French state's language of criminality with her own language of care and community. Doing laundry, demanding better clothing for the detained, making a public speech to offer a counter-narrative to the state's criminalization of those she insisted were family. Mauvois saw these as a series of small acts that would culminate not only in the liberation of the imprisoned, but also in the liberation of Martinique itself. The repeated action of doing until. I said earlier that the dubious legality of the OJAM activist extradition recalled for many Martinicans the deportation of dissidents, right, from Martinique under Admiral Robert during World War II. But there's another haunting presence as Mauvois' speech takes us back to another past. So if you look in the green section, right, again, where she calls on Martinicans to bear witness, and she describes how they arrive in Paris chained. The image of Martinicans severed from their families and uprooted from their homeland, their inadequately clothed bodies shackled to one another in transit, takes us back to the slave trade. This allusion to slavery becomes an explicit rallying cry in the closing lines of the statement, with Maurois pointing towards the island's equally long history of abolitionist struggle as the way forward for Martinican women to resist the state's destruction of their communities. So this is how she ends her speech. She says, "We know that the path of the Martinican woman passes through the great road of history. And if the dignity of our people is stolen, and if we must once again live as in the time of slavery, well then, the new chercheur will be one of ours." And here she makes reference to the abolitionist chercheur. So while Maurois' choice to focus on clothing as the core of her contention over the arbitrary arrest and removal of activists from the island may initially appear surprising, even trivial, taking a long view of Martinican history allows us to see her abolitionist vision rooted in a Black feminist practice of care. The dismissal and humiliation embedded in the state's hasty provision of cheap garments purchased from a prise-unique supermarket stands in direct contrast to the care and commitment of the family laundered clothes. The radical nature of the line that Maurois draws from prison garments to the rise of a contemporaneous abolitionist politics led by a new chercheur, one of ours, becomes much clearer today when viewed through the frames offered by thinkers of abolition in our own here and now. Frames such as Kaba's Doing Until, frames such as Roy Benjamin's Viral Justice that emphasize how a series of small actions can lead to great change. By way of closing, I want to leave you with this image. The Ojam affair happened in 1962. Sometime in the 2010s, graffiti started to reappear at public sites in Martinique, on curbs and on highway bypasses. And you see a picture of that on the slide there. So you have the red, green, and black flag of the Martinican Independence Party. You have, again, that reminder of the Ojam movement. And you have, once again, in our present moment, that call still now for Martinique, for Martinicans. Thank you for your attention.
Can we give another round of applause for our panelists? Thank you to Dr. Layla Browne, Dr. A.K. Wright, Jenia Browne, Dr. Annette Joseph Gabriel for their presentation. So once again, give them a round of applause. So now we will take this moment to open it up for questions or any thoughts that want to be shared. But first, let's just take a deep breath in, right? Dr. A.K. Wright led us in a breathing meditation. So can we take a deep breath in through our nose? Yes, yes. Release through our mouth. Yes, we have learned some very powerful things in this session, taken on some very powerful messages, and so I'm hoping that there are some questions or some thoughts that should be shared, that can be shared, and the floor is now yours. Maybe you need a little minute to marinate. Yes, okay. That's all right. I have a couple of questions of my own, and Dr. A.K. Wright had quoted Aisha, and one of the questions that I wanted to ask our panelists, speaking of freedom and imagination, what do we need to do to liberate our own imagination around freedom?
Is this on? One of my favorite works is Octavia's Brood, speculative fiction from science fiction stories from social justice movements. And in the introduction to that, Walida Amarisha says, once the imagination is unshackled, liberation is possible. Mm-hmm. So I think often that there's a connection between what we're able to visualize and understand is possible, and then the world we're actually trying to build. And in thinking about the question of how do we unshackle the imagination? How do we That's my way of asking if I'm answering the question correctly.
Yes.
Great, just double checking. I think one thing that has to happen is that there has to be an emphasis on being untied, being less tethered to how the world currently looks. I think I recently was asked a question about how do I do abolitionist work in a university. One thing I was thinking about was how we know that these higher educational institutions are built on a certain forms of stolen labor and on stolen land and perpetuate harm against some of the communities they're part of, including economic harm, the stealing of resources, et cetera. So one way I answered that question was thinking about we have to be able to imagine the university in a different way. We have to be able to imagine higher education in a different way and be less tethered to how it currently looks. And to think about what are the ways that we can take resources and take things from these certain types of really well-funded institutions and funnel them back into communities that need those resources. So I think there's less attachment to the way the world currently looks at is one way to begin to challenge our imagination and encourage it to expand when we become less comfortable with the way the world currently is and the way the world currently operates.
I love that.
I would say, and this might sound a little bit cliche, but I think that you have to be able to imagine a different life for yourself first and understand that when you're looking at a new world, you can start with yourself. I often make the joke that I'm not made for a 9-to-5, and it used to be a joke, but now I'm realizing that that's very serious. And when you're looking at a huge system like US capitalism and sort of the box that it puts you in, I think one of my first ways to challenge that was saying, well, I'm not going to do that. If I think I'm not going to do a 9-to-5, I can't handle it, then who's going to tell me that I have to? Obviously, there are limitations to that, and people have to live and make money. But understanding that you can take things into your own hands and that your own life doesn't have to fit into these systems and that you can liberate yourself from the standards set by these systems is sort of what led me to understand that you can do that for the whole world. You can understand liberation as a whole if you start to liberate yourself from the oppressive systems that you're living in.
So my answer to this is going to be a little circuitous. I was not raised in a family that where religion or spirituality was very central to my being. And so I say that to say that I sometimes struggle with the ideas that people have about imagination. And so when I think about how to unleash my imagination, I also think about my initial struggles to meditate. When my mother passed away in 2018, I started attempting to meditate. And one of the things, the barriers to meditation that I realized for me was that people always said that you're just supposed to like clear your mind and let things go. And then when I had a different experience when I went through a yoga teacher training class when I was living in South Africa. And the teacher that I had there, and I know this is not unique to her, just mindfulness practices, but one of the things that really helped me with her is that rather than thinking about letting things go, acknowledge every single thing that comes in, right? And so when I think about what does a world, like how do I unleash my imagination and think about being free, I think about just what does it mean to live a good life? And it's funny because I didn't talk about it that much in my talk, but one of the slogans that has come out of the sort of Afro-Colombian movement is this idea of vivir sabroso, right? Which is translated sometimes as like to live joyfully. I like live deliciously better. And the reason I like that is because like, when I think about it, what does it mean to like live full, to be dignified, to be human? And so when I think about what freedom looks like, it's all of the ways that that's possible. And I don't necessarily know that that always means I have to go somewhere else to figure that out. And when I say that, I don't mean like other worlds. I mean like for me, the reason why I have always been drawn to traveling internationally is from what I learned from what people are doing elsewhere. And the reality that no struggle that we have to become free in isolation will ever be successful. we can't just struggle as Black people in the US. We can't just struggle as Black people in Ghana. We can't just struggle as Black people, as Dalits in India. Like, we can't just struggle as a group of people anywhere if we are not always connected to the successes and the mishaps in those struggles. Then we're not gonna get there, right? And so I look to other places where tangible things are happening, regardless of the failures, and I try to learn from the successes and the failures. And so that's how my imagination works.
Thank you. Dr. Annette?
Okay, I was gonna ask, can I jump in? Because I feel like I'm like this looming head behind everybody. I really appreciate the question, especially as somebody who considers myself not at all imaginative. Right? I'm like, I don't know, maybe imagination is not for everybody. Like, not everybody will lead the revolution. But here what I do is that I learn a great deal from people who I consider to kind of live that life where their imagination is already kind of untethered from the constraints, right, of the 9 to 5 of the current political structures, right? Like, so I learn from people who are attuned to joy, to feeling, to creation and creativity, and I learn from people who live already like that world that we imagine is here, right? So not kind of like waiting this moment of suspension and working towards, but living already in that mode. And I found that to be incredibly helpful for just seeing already the world otherwise. I know that a lot of questions that like abolitionists get very often is well, what are you going to put in place of of the police? And I'm like, turns out that's not actually the question to ask, right? Because that's a question where your imagination is still tethered, to extant structures. And so I just learned a lot from people who are living already now in a future that has not yet come to pass.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. I feel led to sort of lean into this call, and I wouldn't be a performer if I didn't do this. So the invitation here is that you repeat after me. But before you repeat after me, when I say we do this till we free us, I want you to think of something. Imagine something. Whatever that is. It is. We do this till we free us. Yes. So when we say it, and we will say it together, and we will say it with our voices, I want you to just utter whatever that word was out loud, yes? Okay, so we do this till we free us. Say it.
We do this till we free us.
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. No. Because these gifted humans on this stage have offered us a message, words to walk away with, yes? And so when we whisper it, it does not reflect the fire that they have left on this stage. So when you say it, I want you to say it with the same power that they have offered you with, yes? They poured into you, might as well pour into them. Yes, so we do this till we free us.
We do this till we free us.
More power. We do this till we free us.
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 And now, the last time we say this, after we're done, we're going to say what it is. Yeah? So we do this till we free us. We do this
till we free us.
What is it? Rest. Rest. I heard rest. Love. Fight. Unity. Breathe. What you say, Dr. Annette?
Oh, I said breathe.
Breathe. Yes. Come on. Dream. Gather. Vision. Did I hear somebody say do hair? No? Did I make that up? Care. But also do your hair, hair and care. Yes. Anybody else? Love. Oh, yes, love. More. Delicious. Yes. Delicious. What else? Joy. Mentor. Yes. Intergenerational. Somebody said love. Laugh. Laughter. Yes. Feel. Come on with it.
Hold.
Learn. Listen. Yes. Organize. Come on. Dance. Yes. When is the last time y'all danced? One more. Huh? Hug. I'm not going to tell you what I thought I heard, but hug. Hug is it. Yes. Last one. I lied. Last one. swim, be in water. Come on with it. Now, are there any questions, any thoughts that anyone want to share? Yes, please. There are 2 mics on the opposite sides of the room. Feel free to walk, take up space. If there are butterflies in your stomach, that means there is a question that is brewing. Go ahead and walk up to the mic. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Blessing. I'm actually here from Nigeria for my master's program in law. Yes. I'm so delighted to be here in your midst. It was actually my professor that invited me to this very place. And one of the courses I'm offering is law and economic development. My question goes to the first speaker. I want to know, okay, let me start like this. Poverty is one of the factors that engenders lack of freedom. So I want to know, are there things like women ought to do that will help them to be economically empowered, that will aid, speed up their freedom? Thank you.
Thank you.
This is always an interesting question to answer because there are different ways to answer the question, right? Because on the one hand, so one of the phrases that I used that I was inspired by in the text was to change everything. Because on the one hand, and this is why I think abolitionist thinking is important, because when we ask what things can we do to eliminate poverty, again, we're already we're working within certain confines, right? And so, of course, we want to do work that helps to alleviate suffering, that helps to make life possible. And so on the one hand, there are plenty of examples of that, right? Like one of the things that I was most moved by when I went to Venezuela the first time was the Madres del Barrio, right? The mothers of the community. One of the things that they literally had these like very small micro loans from the government to facilitate care and food and service as units of community, right? But to me, that is a response to a system that's already broken, right? And so one of the things that I always find very troubling when we talk about Africa, the Caribbean, is that we have these short-sighted conversations about corruption at the state level, and we don't have the bigger conversations about why the structures, the economic structures exist as they are, why the continent of Africa or the region of the Caribbean or Latin America is in the state that it is in. And if we don't have a real understanding of the fact that the reason why we are able to be here in this space is because this country continues to rape, rob, and pillage the rest of the world, if we don't have a real understanding of that, we can't actually get at real solutions, right? And so whatever things we do to alleviate suffering in temporary forms that are very necessary and humane don't actually solve the problem, because when we still ask questions about corruption at the government level, and we don't talk about the corruption that comes from this government to facilitate that, we're not asking the right questions, right? So I think, in the sort of spirit of Black feminist care and ethic, we always sort of do that work, right? We're all the washing of the clothes, right? We're always doing the work to care for ourselves, for our loved ones, for our communities. But I think the sort of abolitionist ethic is asking us to think those things in tandem, right? How do we care for ourselves and also change everything, right? And so that's my limited answer to that, right? Also knowing that we ain't got all the answers. So.
Does anybody else want to answer that question? Okay, thank you, Dr. Layla. Thank you for asking your question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amber Jogi. Gija, thank you for inviting me to this event. I came in a little late, so somebody might have covered this already. And it stems from Dr. Annette, you talking about kinship, but I'm opening it to everyone. So we know that within Black culture, oftentimes we can refer to one another as, hey sis, hey bro, like there's this familial connection that connects us, and we've been natally alienated from our ancestors, and our ancestors were natally alienated from one another. And so this separation, us calling each other sis and bro and the dap-ups and the hugs, it's almost a reclaiming of familial ties. And not just a reclaiming for survival, but a reclaiming for thriving. And so I would love to know, how have each of you reclaimed these familial ties, especially in PWIs that put us against each other?
I guess I'll go. I was looking at my other panelists like, y'all want to go there? So one thing about my work and the things I do, not just as an academic, but also like as a teacher, as someone who does research, as someone who does community organizing, has always been thinking about community. And I know community becomes this buzzword that everyone thinks no longer has meaning. But community is very much real to me. It's how I survive and thrive in different PWI spaces. I know that without finding connections to others, I probably would not have made it through undergrad and then graduate school. And I know that when we are economically devastated by different state policies, when we are in communities that are over-policed, when we are in spaces that divest and defund schools and divest and defund communities, I know that it was our neighbors, our family members, and each other that kept us whole and kept us together. So I grew up in a working class Caribbean neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York, and I very much know that it was the neighbors looking out for each other, teachers going that extra mile, churches doing food banks, doing food drives, etc., that kept each other whole. So I never underestimate the power of community as a way of making sure that we are kept here and moving towards freedom. So particularly when I think about my experiences in PWIs and in spaces, I think that's another part of the kinship building. It's not just saying we're family, it's recognizing that you're here, you're present, you're seen, you're understood, you're heard. Because there's a way how white supremacy erases us, makes us both hyper-visual and hyper-erased at the same time. So those acts of being able to look at each other and say, I see you, you're here, you're present, is a way of maintaining those community bonds. And for me, it was always making sure that I was part of different organizations on campus that had affinity groups, from the Black Student Union to the queer and trans group, et cetera. It's always been about going out and fighting those people in order to make sure that I had a community that would keep me in a space that did not necessarily want me to be there. And that was true in graduate school, and it continues to be true for me as a faculty member. I make sure to link up with my fellow colleagues. I make sure to link up with other Black folks in Boston, and it's because I know it's necessary, talking to my downstairs neighbor, going and talking to the neighbor across the street, because it's necessary for us to maintain those bonds, because without those bonds, that's how it would not be possible for me to be on those panels, because this is how our ancestors and how our communities have been made over generations.
Yeah. I can attest to how intentional they are about that too. About us gathering in space.
I would say that it's being conscious about how you're investing in your relationships, and I think as a college student, a lot of the time, it's easy for friendships to turn into we go to parties together or we're really on the surface level. But one of my favorite readings that I found in my research was Living Single by actually Northeastern professor Moya Bailey. And it talks about how we devalue friendship bonds and replace them with relationship bonds. And we always overemphasize the importance of romantic relationships, and we don't value friendship in the same way. And so I think being very conscious and being very intentional about seeing your friends as your community, valuing them as much as you would value a romantic relationship, seeing them as your peers and the people who you can call to go to when you're in trouble, when you're upset, when you need somebody there. And seeing that as your real community, I think, is something that's helped me throughout college, and really trying to intentionally make connections where I know that I can rely on you, you can rely on me. And someone once told me friendships are to have fun and to support each other. And those are like two very important things to do. And consciously investing in that and going beyond that surface level has been really important for me.
So I'm gonna kind of jump in and say so the question came out of my evocation of kinship. And I noticed that our response, and in my answer that I wrote down as well, we shifted very quickly to community, right? Family and community are not always entirely the same thing. And I say this because I struggle a lot with family and kinship. Like, it's a really difficult frame to claim. And so I find it really interesting, right, that the examples I gave, right, that all of these sort of Black feminist organizers are thinking through the language of family. And I say I find family difficult because, I mean, I'm not gonna put my family on blast, but family's not easy, right? so it's a difficult concept, but just because a thing can be abused doesn't mean that it's not worth doing, right? Anything can be wielded, right, in the service of power. Care can be wielded in the service of power. And so it's interesting to see how these Black feminists, at least in my talk, are imbuing the meaning of family and kinship are imbuing family and kinship with different meaning, right? That certainly goes beyond the biogenetic. So I will, I guess, kind of connect to what people have said on the panel and say that for me, in my own practice, I think being intentional and deliberate about whatever we want to call these ties. And my focus is on thinking about what it is that binds us as a shared political project, a shared intellectual project, a shared project of interpersonal relation, right? So I try to find points of commonality and points of convergence. At the same time, I also study, right, like, you know, Black writers in France in the 20th century. So, you know, like the African students are coming and the Caribbean students are coming, and, you know, everybody's bringing their colonial baggage, and it looks very different depending on where you're coming from. And I watch these moments of community, kinship, family kind of fall apart because of differences, intellectual differences, ideological differences, cultural differences. And so the lesson that I take away from that then is to be able to understand and work through difference in our building of these bonds, whether we want to call them family, kinship, or community, and even the ways that those three different things kind of overlap. So yeah, I think that where my focus is in my own practice and sort of building community in PWI spaces is really to think about what it means to work through difference. Difference can be so extremely painful, especially when the stakes are so high, right? When it's a matter of our lives and our survival, and thinking very critically about what it means to see those differences also as productive and fruitful and points for continued imagination, you know, as opposed to as things that need to be kind of steamrolled and flattened over so that we arrive at some kind of uniformity, to think about unity and solidarity in terms of uniformity, right? I want to think also about the speed bumps of difference and how those can be productive in our kind of intentional building of a practice of community.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, the intervention that I would add, so I agree with much of what's been said. I think just in relationship directly to the question about being at a PWI, because I find Boston as white as I find Northeastern, and I find it as isolating. And for me, coming from a very different kind of place, like I still haven't found my footing in this city. But one of the things that I have chosen to do in the last year or so is I started implementing grade labor contracts in my classroom. And one of the reasons why I do that is because, one, I think in the social sciences and humanities, your responsibility is to think. Like, I'm not asking you to come in here into my classroom and tell me a fact. I'm asking you to think critically about real world problems, and I don't know that grading facilitates that in a real way. But the other thing that I do, because I have eliminated grading in that sense, as in my sole evaluation of the students as the professor, one of the things that I was very moved by last semester when I was teaching two different classes, Introduction to Africana Studies and Gender, Social Justice and Transnational Activism, I was, one of the reflections that the students gave me at the end of the semester was that I really pushed them to see their responsibility in learning from each other as much as they learn from me, and that it actually did facilitate community for them. And that they said to me that where most of them would not have talked to each other outside of class necessarily, they actually became friends. They actually had a group chat to talk to each other, to share information, whether that be for class, but also for other types of things. And in the limited capacity that I had to do that, at least in the classroom, to facilitate some kind of community where people understood they were accountable to one another, I hope that that's something that they can implement beyond that, right? And so I think there are all different types of ways, like community looks all different kinds of ways, but I think we have to begin with sort of dismantling these kind of hierarchized ways of knowing and sharing information and who we are accountable to and what kinds of spaces we're accountable to, and I try to do that in my classroom.
One thing I've been thinking about is understanding that in order to achieve an abolitionist world, we have to get really good at addressing conflict and addressing harm in the different ways that we've been taught. We have not been taught how to be in healthy relationship with each other and how to address conflict in a way that does not disrupt and destroy each other. So I've been thinking a lot about that. I just want to share some resources for the books I've been reading as a way to give you some resources to take away from this panel. One book is called How We Show Up: Reclaiming Family, Friendship, and Community by Mia Birdsong. So How We Show Up, that's the title. And then the next one is Adrienne Maree Browne's We Will Not Cancel Us and Other Dreams of Transformative Justice. And then the last one is Big Friendship, How We Keep Each Other Close. So How We Show Up, We Will Not Cancel Us, and Big Friendship. Those have been 3 amazing texts that has helped me. And in addition, another text that's for romantic relationships, but I think it could apply across the board, is Rock the Boat by Resmaa Menakem, who wrote Grandmother's Hand. This book is all about how to use conflict to deepen your relationship with your partner, but I have applied it definitely to friendships and to other bonds in my life. So I just wanted to offer those different books as ways for, if you want to think about how do we engage conflict differently, how do we engage our relationships, and how do we do something that Jenia was talking about, like how do we invest in our relationships, then those are some texts that might be able to be helpful. Yeah.
On that note, we will give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much for offering your wisdom to us. And can we get on our feet real quick? We're gonna go on a break. Just get on your feet if you are able. If you are able, just get on your feet. That's all I ask. All I ask. All right, move around a little bit. Take up space. Yes, yes. We'll do this really, really, really quick. All right, breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your mouth. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your mouth. Let this space hear you laugh. Let this space hear you laugh. Let this space hear you laugh louder. Let it see you move. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. We do this till we free us. We do this till we free us. Louder. We do this till we free us. 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 What do we do? Rest. Rest. Yes. Dance. Move. On that break, you are about to take a break. I'm going to invite Dr. Régine Jean-Charles. Please give our panelists another round of applause. My name is Jenia. Thank you so much.
The next panel, why don't we give ourselves a little bit longer of a break? I'm so attentive to what it feels like to just sit in a space. So why don't we reconvene for the next panel at 3:05, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to just point out a few things that people may not have realized. Does anyone have one of those resource sheets handy? See, you don't know that they're here. So, Savita, thank you. You're the perfect person. Can you bring it up here, please? Thank you. So one of the staples of how we do our events in Africana Studies, thank you, is we always have these resource sheets. And I'm so glad that Savita Maharaj, who is class of 2022, and now a PhD student in English at Brandeis, is actually the one that came up with this idea when she was a student worker in our office. And you'll see that this, so for every event that we have, you'll see that we have recommendations for suggested readings, additional resources. And so for this one, we have suggested readings, a list here, and I hope you used this, and when AK was speaking, you jotted down what AK was saying as well. And then we also have organizations that are working towards causes that intersect with our theme of Black feminism and Black freedom. Actually, the first organization on the list is A Long Walk Home, and both of the co-founders are here, which I did not know was gonna happen. So Scheherazade Tillett, artist, photographer, organizer, feminist, trailblazer extraordinaire is here. Thank you for being with us, Scheherazade. And on our next, for our keynote conversation, you'll see that her sister, Salamisha Tillett, is also here. We'll be in conversation with Kevin Kwashi. Please take these, they're excellent. We also wanted to point out that if you go to that table over there, last year in honor of bell hooks, we had a bell hooks altar where people like put offerings. You remember, right, Mary? People put an offering and they wrote out what was the gift that Belle gave me, and it was so beautiful. We still have those cards. And so this year we thought we would invite people to just meditate on what freedom looks like to them. And so if you want to just write a note there, we will keep it, and we like to have those for our archives as well. Or you could do, what Jenia instructed us to do, which is, we do whatever it is until we free us. Okay, so enough with the announcements. I'm very pleased to introduce the moderator of our final panel, who is my friend, Dr. Meredith Clark, professor here at Northeastern. Meredith is the founding director of the Center for Communication, Media, Innovation, and Social Change here at Northeastern, as well as associate professor of journalism in CAMD, which is the College of Arts, Media, and Design. And she will introduce our panelists and get us going.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jean-Charles. Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a pleasure and an honor indeed to be here with you this afternoon and to have the privilege and the opportunity of being in conversation with two masterful, creative scholars who are going to tell us a little bit about their interpretations of Black feminism and Black freedom. Salamisha Tillett is a curator, activist, and a 2022 recipient of the Pulitzer Prize in Criticism. And I'm not going to read the whole biography because I heard that we're decolonizing, we're off that now. But long before she won that Pulitzer Prize, I want to point out just the length of time and the work and the engagement that is there. She won that as a critic at large for the New York Times, and being someone who's read her work over the years, it was exciting to see that work rewarded and recognized and the diligence that had been put in over the years. So having her genius on this stage today is truly a gift. I'm going to invite Dr. Tillett to the stage now, please. Salamisha Tillett. That one's fine. Our other conversationalist today is Dr. Kevin Kwashi. Dr. Kwashi is an author and has a fantastic book that I had the opportunity to run through very quickly this week. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about it in his own words, about Black freedom and Black imagination and this concept of Black aliveness, the first thing that we are going to get into today. So holding that in tension, if you will, not thinking about Black life, Black existence, but what it means to be alive, something that he mentions cannot simply be captured in the written word. And so I'm very much looking forward to this conversation about how we think about Black aliveness in the context of Black feminism and Black freedom as well. Kevin, if you'll please join us on stage.
Kevin also won a really big award, and I was one of the jurors for the award, so I want to congratulate him publicly. Do you want to say what award you got?
I don't even know that I remember the name of it.
I forgot the name too. But it's a really big award. It's the biggest award you can get at the Modern Language Association, a book prize for Black aliveness. So
thank you.
it's breathtaking as always.
Thank you.
To be specific, that's the James Russell Lowe Prize from the Modern Language Association. That's my fault. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's exactly how this is going to go. We're going to help each other out here today. Now, I have to admit to our audience, normally I like to have a conversation with the folks that we're going to sit down and converse with, just so we have a rhythm and a feel for each other. That did not happen this week. So you are seeing live, raw, and unfiltered our conversation with one another. But I think this will work out very well, because if nothing else, bell hooks taught us about the importance of looking at the ordinary, the everyday in life, the conversations that aren't structured, aren't necessarily intended for academic audiences, but are reflections of what it's like to be alive, and to be in the bodies and the places where we are. So I want to start with a couple of concepts from Hooks's work and travel from there, but 3 of them that have come up during the day as we've listened to the other presenters are home, freedom, and aliveness. And I want to ask our panelists to tell us a little bit about how these particular concepts show up in their work, and specifically probably the works that they're very well known for, these concepts of home, freedom, and aliveness. And so the very direct question is, how do you think about and see these concepts in and through your work?
Those are big terms. Do you want to go?
I'll yield.
Actually, I have clear examples, I suppose, of, and I can mark them with works that I'm either engaged in now or have done. Home, I think, is such like a it's kind of like one of the gifts that Black feminism gives the world. It's like as a place, but also as a kind of a theoretical understanding of the home as both being the familiar and the familiar, and then also the state. And so I often think that toggle back and forth is really one of the things that's often misunderstood, underappreciated about Black feminist politics and Black feminist theory, but also one of the most profound insights I think it gives all of us who are organizers or activists or thinkers and writers. Practically speaking, Régine alluded to the organization A Long Walk Home that Scheherazade and I co-founded many moons ago, 20 years ago in 2003. And the title of the organization comes from a poem that I wrote after I was sexually assaulted in Kenya, and I write about the walk home. And Scheherazade, in her brilliance, both understood that poem to be, the story of a rape survivor trying to return to her place, but also home as a way that we can reimagine collectivities. And so we named our organization A Long Walk Home in that spirit. And then with the Color Purple book, In Search of the Color Purple, I dedicated it to both Scheherazade proper and then also the organization A Long Walk Home. And we can talk about that more, but I think the Color Purple gives us a way of thinking about home quite profoundly. Do you want us to do the 3 terms in one, or do you want us to go back and forth? However,
as you feel, however it flows.
How do you want to do it, Kevin? Back and forth?
We can. Do you want to continue?
No,
I'm
go
happy
ahead,
to.
talk,
I'm so glad that, first of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone here. Thank you to the folks who organized. Thank you for hosting this conversation. And also just to acknowledge that for me, I think of Salamisha as really our dean of contemporary criticism, that I think, and I was saying this to you, and it's important to say this in public, I think that what it means to be a critic now, what it means to be a Black critic, a Black woman critic, trying to think about the world and encounter world situations and use the encounter as an occasion to experience the thing rather than thinking you know the thing. And I think that Salamisha does that astonishingly well in her criticism. And so we're so grateful to have you as a voice who's helping us move through thinking about culture and cultural moments. I'm so glad that you brought up The Color Purple, and I can point to your fantastic book on The Color Purple, because I think one of the things that Alice Walker does so well in her work in The Color Purple and elsewhere, and that Bell Hooks does so well, is asks us to also be capable of troubling the idea of home. And so when you just talked about home as an idiom of a kind of local, intimate space where we live and where we cultivate relationships, and then home also as a figure or an idiom of the state. You know, Bell Hooks has that essay where she talks about her father, a disagreement between her father and her mother. Her father overhearing or thinking that she might have been having an affair, in the way in which then all of a sudden the home space, which the young Hooks had always imagined to be the space of sharedness between her parents, materializes itself as a space where her mother doesn't seem to have as much authority. And I appreciate that, because I think Hooks is always pushing us to challenge the comfortable idioms that we use as the things we're trying to approximate or even appropriate on our journey through. That I think for Hooks, she understood so well that we're always desperate for new ideas or new forms to try to cohere ourselves meaningfully and beautifully in a difficult and dangerous world, oppressive world. And she wanted us to not do that in ways that replicated the terrible we were trying to get away from. So I appreciate that about Bell Hooks. I will just say very quickly that it was Bell Hooks' Sisters of the Yam that was the first Hooks book that I encountered years ago. I'm far older than I look. And though that book is about Black women and self-recovery, that I felt Hooks's challenge to find myself in that book. And I think that's part of, I read and think about that as part of what a Hooksian engagedness with home means.
Yeah, that's beautiful. He's, one of the most humble critics that we have in the world and in the academy, but also one of the most brilliant. And I guess when I get to aliveness, I'll talk about Kevin's impact on me. Freedom, I think, it's the most elusive of concepts. And it's something, when I came in this afternoon, this morning, I missed and then heard the allusion to Nina Simone's definition. And so Kevin and I were talking about this, and Régine had to quiet us a bit. But I'm working on this project for a very long time on Nina Simone. And partly, or because of Nina Simone, I would say, is why I reinvented myself as a writer. Because I wanted to write a book, you have these things in your head. I want to write a book that more people would be able to read. And so I was like, okay, well, then I'll try to understand this form of public writing. And then it created another world for me. And I say that because Nina Simone, if you're familiar with her biography, was constantly both expanding the forms of music that she inherited and she was trained in, and also had to redefine herself because of the limits that she confronted as a result of that training in many ways. So freedom, I think, is something that's kind of the thesis or the theory behind my book, or what I'm trying to understand is I'm chasing Nina and Nina's chasing freedom, and the definition we heard earlier as no fear, and then she relates it to the closest she can get to is the mind or the heart of a child, essentially, right? So I don't know, I think freedom, it's this, every generation has to redefine it. And therefore, that's partly why it's elusive. And then also, freedom to me, America, I was listening to Imani Perry the other day on the radio, and she was talking about the elasticity of white supremacy, right? That it's so protean, that it can move and flow and ebb and change its direction so quickly that it's hard for those of us who are organizing, it's hard to stay ahead of white supremacy because it's such a plastic form. But I also think freedom, too, is the thing that we're always chasing and countering. And once we can capture the ability to be as plastic as white supremacy, then there's like hope. We find, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, if you think of something, white supremacy is always adjusting, right? Like, you think you can beat it, and then it comes up with new rules. And so freedom, though, too, I think has that kind of ability to, like the wind, it's always adjusting and moving, and we're trying to figure out what it is. And so if we're lucky enough to be able to work in collectives to define it and capture it, and then hand that off to another group of people, another generation, and they expand what the parameters of freedom are. So I think that's also why it's always hard to get it, because it's kind of this never-ending, far-reaching thing. And yet, as Nina says, I think, you can feel it and hear it, and sometimes when you have a little bit of inside of it, it's there. This is a very abstract definition, so maybe you can help me out a little bit. But for me, it is both Nina Simone, Wild as the Wind, if you know that song. And then there's this beautiful quote that Toni Morrison had about Sula. And she talks about her being a New World woman. She's not faithful to tribe, and that she's kind of like out of the house and someone who's kind of undefinable. And so I think of Nina and I think of Sula as embodiments of a particular kind of freedom that you can see or hear or taste in the wind, so to speak. So it's lovely, absolutely lovely.
I was thinking this morning about the panels and how so many of the presenters turned to think about the body, the psyche, the interior, the places of harm, and again to think with your work, Salamisha, on The Color Purple, with Alice Walker's work, with Bell Hooks's work, and I think there's something about that. It's either Alice Walker who said this or Zora Neale Hurston, that if you lie to yourself about your own pain, you'll be killed by those who claim you enjoyed it. And there's something about that. So there is something about also trying to conceptualize freedom as a praxis that we can map on the scale of our body or the scale of, the person we imagine ourselves to be, which isn't only limited to the bankrupt notion of individuality, but that begins with a sense of one's energy, one's force, one's desires, one's hungers, one's failings, one's vulnerabilities. I think that is incredibly potent, and I think that's one of the contributions that I read in Black feminism, that to turn into what we might think of the affective or the emotional for its political possibility. And Ronaldo Walcott, Christina Sharp, scholars like that remind us, what do we do if freedom never comes? Right? I think that actually comes from Ronaldo Walcott, but what do we do if freedom never comes? And maybe one of the answers is we do what we are doing. We try to make food, and we try to be of care, and we try to be thoughtful about ourselves. And so Salamisha, as you were talking about the protean nature of white supremacy and other oppressive practices, maybe our conceptualization of freedom, you're right, becomes protean too. Maybe in one instance, this is one moment of what freedom looks like, because we've had a day of beautiful thinkers talking and sharing with us an acknowledgement of the people who've worked to put this together, an acknowledgement that right outside these walls, maybe even within them, are also possibilities of harm. And this is an instance of freedom that might not have been possible 2 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago. And now from here, we can imagine something else and then try to enact it. And I think I think we ought to gift ourselves the modesty of knowing that we don't know, and we might not know what it looks like or how to name it, but we can be in the ever practice of trying to stay close to what are we doing, what do we need, and how do we mobilize that. And so the other thing I really, I think, I don't know the professor's last name, AK, I don't know your last name, so I'm sorry to call you by your first name. What's your last name? Professor Wright. I so appreciated as you were describing, I think it was Gabriel, in the sense of like the different roles we can play in building the world we want. And I think that's another part of it, is that we need to have a capacious imagining of freedom, such that freedom might be, as Nikki Finney tells us, a young black girl deciding, I'm going to go read every book in that library, because the anti-black misogynistic world doesn't imagine that a young black girl should want to read every book in the library.
Do you want to do aliveness first?
Aliveness is as slippery as freedom, right?
Black aliveness means something different than aliveness.
Thank you for that question. You're so good, so generous. It does, unfortunately. That is, near the end of the book on Black aliveness, I say that if the world were otherwise, I could have just called this book Aliveness. And that I would not have needed the black to signify it. And that indeed the black has to be there because we have been in and are in still these unending days of blackness being articulated through death. And even conceptually, and also literally. And sometimes then, as a counter to that, it seems like we're expected then to talk about or enunciate black life. And I come up short in being able to say anything about life. You can't say anything about the human. You can't say anything, because life is too inescapable of description and representation. We can approximate it, we can gesture, we can say, I could say to you, Salamisha, here are 5 things I understand as qualities of you. Your capacity, both in your writing and as a thinker, to capture nuances of voice and shifts in voice, to kind of approximate shifts in your own thinking or maybe your speaker's thinking, right? And so I can go on and talk about that. And it would be presumptuous of me to think that I've said anything about your life. And I think because we are sometimes so desperate for evidence that we might be able to survive the brutality in the world, that we lean into wanting to present or describe or elevate or, can't think of other words right now, life. And I felt myself inept to do that. So I think for me it was more important to talk about liveness, as in qualities of, what are the qualities in a poem that make the poem do this? And if the poem is doing this, trembling, radiating, if its language hits me, if its language slips so smoothly down my throat that I barely recognize it, what is that quality? And how does thinking about that quality get me to think about the speaker in the poem, and maybe get me to think about the person who wrote the poem? Because I don't want to betray the brilliance, the difficulty, and the indescribableness of life. And I think particularly with black folks, it is too easy. And I'll just say one more thing. When ones of us are killed, especially killed by the state or killed by the kind of slow death that the modern world seems to make for many people, especially people who are black, the move is to say, well, here is what this person was like. Here's what they loved. And I understand that move. I haven't said this in public in this way. In the last year and a half, in a 4-week span, I lost my mother and my sister unexpectedly. So I know the turn to say, here are these things. And I think we lose or miss something if that becomes our dominant or even our only vocabulary for how we think about what it means to be breathing and living on Earth. And so
Oh, God. So sorry.
Thank you for, thank you. I'm sorry too, and yeah.
Okay, this is our second time seeing each other in life, too. But we obviously feel like kin. We are kin. Well, I would like to say I encountered, read Kevin's book when it came out, and I had the good fortune of being able to go see the play Passover, which was the first show that returned on Broadway, from the pandemic. And so it's quite a festive occasion for a play that's very difficult. And then I got to interview the playwright, Antoinette Nwandu. And what's interesting about this play, and I'll bring it to aliveness because it's very clear when I tell you the story. So she, I forget the first, I think maybe the play came out in 2016. And you can watch a version of it that Spike Lee filmed on Amazon. And in that version of the play, it's like about two men who are on a corner, and it's playing with the Waiting for Godot plot. They're talking to each other, and they're going back and forth. And they're waiting for something. You're not sure what's going to happen. And there's only 3 characters in the play, the 2 African-American men and this white character this actor who plays 2 different, like a police officer and then this other kind of character. Anyway, in the play, the first time she does it, it's well received. One of the men kills the other man, right? And so she writes this play in response to the Trayvon Martin's murder, and she's really trying to reconcile the death of black men and how they're the ongoing nature of the murder of black men and the way in which white supremacy is always circling them. She redoes the play for Broadway. She's writing it, and George Floyd is murdered. And so she changes the ending. And in the new ending, the characters, all of them, kind of go into this place that's not heaven. It's not fully purgatory. Maybe it's an Eden-like space. One character does die, and then he's reborn. And then they all kind of go off. And I was sitting there trying to understand, like, what am I watching? Like, how do a playwright changes their ending. They're trying to respond to the crisis that we're in. The new crisis, of course, is the same crisis we were in before, but not wanting to create a play, or at least produce a play on Broadway that would hurt black people in the moment that we were both part of massive protests in the streets and still mourning massive losses from the pandemic. And so Black aliveness is what I kind of understood that she was reaching for when you literally have a character come back to life, but not fully, and go into this other space. And then also, later on that season, I got to see this play Clydes, and it's this purgatory space. There's, I'm not going to give a plot away for there, and so Black aliveness was such like an important, Kevin's work. If you've read his first book, and Régine and I were talking about this before, Sovereignty of Quiet, and if you read Black aliveness, it's like you're engaging text, you're looking at Black art, and then someone comes along and gives you another vocabulary and another way of seeing the thing you thought you knew. And so it's really hard for a critic or a theorist to do with such love and generosity and compassion. And so with Sovereignty of Quiet, I was holding this off, like there's a scene in Moonlight, that scene, the ocean scene. And love that scene. And then I read your work, and I'm like, oh, that's what's happening in that moment. And I didn't know that it was what the quiet could do, but I'm feeling it and ingesting it and consuming it and living with it. So Black Aliveness also gave me that, because I wouldn't have known what to do with that play, really. Like, why make this decision? What is it I'm seeing? So they're so inspired by Black Aliveness. I run an art center in New Jersey, in Newark, New Jersey, and we have different themes every year. And this year's theme is aliveness. Everything says inspired by Kevin Kwashi's Black Aliveness, and all of the work that we're engaging and thinking through really it's really Black Aliveness, but I didn't want to fully take your title. So it's inspired by the relationship between justice and art. And one artist that we're working with is Willie Cole, and he has this massive chandelier sculptures that are made out of plastic water bottles. And so he was responding to the water crisis in Newark, the plastic problem we have on the planet, and then reimagining and reconceptualizing it as something quite beautiful and usable. So I don't know, that's what I also think I take from your deep investigation of Black Aliveness. And obviously, like, if you think about the conversations that were so dominant, both in the academy and in the world, whether it's kind of a fatalism or another theoretical tradition of Afro-pessimism, to kind of like have aliveness in this kind of almost post that moment, but part of that moment, was really, really important to me, because I felt like I couldn't fully identify with certain conversations, traditions, languages. That wasn't my impulse. My impulse is maybe utopian, but maybe it wasn't that. And so I think Black Aliveness also gave a language. Earlier, I guess when they were quoting Suzanne Césaire, like, we don't speak the same language. Like, what does it mean when someone gives you a word that you didn't know you needed? And so I really think that's your work does that. And then I think Black Aliveness, at least for many of us, I think helps us understand why hope is something that we need, but then the artists that you look at, the poets that you look at are also, it gives us a genealogy, I guess, of the work we're doing today. I don't know, it's a lot. We're like very mushy up here. So.
May I say one more? One of the things that Meredith, you alluded to this about imagine in a world. One of the things that for me is important in trying to think about Black Aliveness is I often start classes by saying to students, regardless of who's in the room, imagine a Black world.
I have that quote. I was going to quote you.
Oh, you're so...
Yeah, can I quote you?
You can't. I was going to hand you your book and ask you to read from it. So.
Okay, well, you can read from me, and I can quote you.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on. Let me find my quote here. I think I sent it to myself. I thought it was a draft form. And it was kind of cool. I read it last night as we opened our event. And what was cool, too, is we're always in the home of the Barakas. Right? Okay, so you get my point here. Wait, no, let me find my, let me find it. Oh, man, I gotta find it. I gotta find Baraka now and you. So hold on. I'm gonna get it in 2 seconds, because yours was, right, very easy to find. This is just a small excerpt from Kevin's, it's just like a one line, but it's related to this notion of the Black world that you were just talking about. And then, oh man, I can't pull up my phone now. Do you want to do your world thing?
Oh, okay, sure.
I had it 5
You're
seconds
so
ago.
kind.
I
So
won't find it. Okay, go on.
Imagine a Black world, right? Because so much of how we approach, I'll just say Black literature, but we could say this about Black texts in general, is that in an oppressive, anti-Black world, we are always turning to Black literature for it to teach us something about the humanity of Black people. And by saying we are turning, the we there is imagined to be people who are not Black, right? So that Black literature becomes in service of this reparative, sociological project that I think undermines the creativity of the work, to say nothing of disavows the presence that there might be Black people also in the room who themselves are encountering the text. And so imagine a Black world, not a world where Black people dominate and therefore oppress other people, but just imagine a world where everything is of Blackness. Every beautiful thing, every joyous thing, every vulgar thing, every ordinary thing. Because I think that's the world from which artists write. Even if they're writing about racialized situations, they don't write from the standpoint of imagining Black inhumanity. I would even dare to say that's the world from which every person who's Black lives. Even if right off the stage or right out of the comfort of these two beautiful people might be something that might abuse me. And so that it becomes a kind of, Salamisha, I'm picking up on, it becomes a kind of ethic of suspension in the world that the text offers to you so that you can appreciate its work, its philosophical intelligence, beyond this other thing you think it's doing. And so that's when I say this thing about the kind of vibrancy of the text, that then gets us closer to thinking like, oh, there is this quality of energy, risk, ambivalence, a suspension being a hard thing for us to ask any marginalized person to want to be in, because if you're vulnerable, who wants to be suspended? If you're not suspended, you're further away from being human. The human task is to be ever, who am I becoming? Right? And I think this is not me saying this, right? This is the beauty of Lucille Clifton and Toni Morrison. This is the beauty of Evie Shockley. This is the beauty of all of those thinkers and writers I work with. So I just want Audre Lorde.
So here I found my quotes here. So it's just a really important line in his book. So what would it mean to consider Black aliveness, especially given how readily and literally Blackness is indexed to death? To behold such aliveness, we would have to imagine a Black world. And my question for you is, I'm going to read the Baraka Black art, which you mentioned, but I think it's good to. We want a Black poem and a Black world. Let the world be a Black poem, and let all Black people speak this poem silently or loud. And I guess I was wondering for you, the relationship between these Black worlds. Do you feel like they're, because I was saying that, and then I was in the city of the Baraka family, and we're so indebted to Amina and Mary and Raz in Newark for their artists and their art liberating art, Black poems and Black worlds that they make. And so I was curious for you. You talked about this, but here I was curious, like the Black worlds, was that important to you, Baraka's Black art and his imagining of a Black world, as you were thinking of Black aliveness as well?
Yeah.
So.
When Baraka says that, even as that poem is, if you know the first two thirds of the poem is this pugilistic, intense, aggressive. It's got all of these invectives and assaults against the world, against groups of people that the speaker in the poem is imagining is trying to harm the speaker, including cohorts or company of, say, Black people, right? And then the poem just breaks. All of a sudden, you go from this poem like, it starts, poems are bullshit unless they're teeth or lemons piled on a step. I can't believe I'm remembering this. It doesn't say that part. I can't believe I'm remembering this was me speaking out loud, a thing I shouldn't have said. And it just starts to attack the world. Yeah. And then it breaks and it says, something like, let the world be beauty and love, and then the part that Salamisha just read. There is something about it saying, what's the line about being a poem? We want
a Black poem and a Black world. Let the world be a Black poem.
Let the world be a Black poem. The poetic is an aesthetic of suspension. The poem doesn't tell you the truth. The poem just is. And it says, come here, encounter this, find what you take, know what you know, and accept that you don't know. That's one of the differences between poetry and prose, right? That prose aims to complete the line of thought, aims to be summarizable, and even a prose poem slips away from that. And so there's something beautiful about like, let the world be a Black poem. Let a Black person be a poem. Let a Black person be a poem. Not knowable, right? Moving in their wild and jammed breakness, like, so I think that for me, the poet, and giving back, I wanted to give back to the young queer boy self that I am, I wanted to give back that as a freedom, regardless of if the world was offering it to me. And so I don't have your capacity to write in the first person as but I have a capacity to use what I think Black feminists have so long done, to use the first person as an authorization for everything I think I know, and then everything I learn that I don't know, so that I can go figure out how to know it. And I think, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Sorry, it's just like so nice listening to him.
These are vibes. I'm just sitting back here appreciative that I'm able to witness.
You initiated the vibe.
Your 3 words.
Dealing with the material. I've moved around a bit on some of the things that I wanted to ask, but I want to build on this idea of the Black poem, because there was something that came up that spoke to me about this idea of Black aliveness that I also saw in an essay of Salamisha's that stood out to me from a couple years ago. And so I want to connect the two of you along this thinking, and it follows the same trajectory. I think this essay was published in 2021, if memory serves. It's about Nella Larson's passing and the film version of it that was put out. And there's a passage in the essay that says, in other words, at this moment, when Black artists are being celebrated and validated as never before, what does it mean, and I just scrolled, what does it mean to invest in films that fully move us beyond a racist or sexist gaze and into their innermost thoughts? And I'm curious about, we're gonna, if we extract film being the medium for a moment, what it means for us to immerse ourselves in the inner worlds of Black being, of Black aliveness, of Black existence, of Black creation. What does that mean to you in the work that you create and in the world that you are trying to build?
Yeah, wow, that's a good question. Well, I do feel like I'm deeply indebted to Elizabeth Alexander's Black Interior. These are other ways, of thinking about the spaces or the ways in which Black people see, understand, know, don't know each other, right? It's back to this Black world. Like, what does the Black world mean? What does it mean for Black people to live in a Black world and to communicate with each other and to create with each other and to vibe up each other? That's like the Black interior space writ large, right? And so I think for me, as a critic, as a writer, as a person who creates, as a mother, as a friend, I'm really deeply interested in the interior spaces of Black people, because I feel like that ultimately is like what is denied us when we're seen as just a criminal, or just a stereotype, or a slave. But it's also the place, this is where like all the stuff is, where the juice is, where the messiness is. It's where the creativity comes from. And it really is a world without a white gaze that I'm interested in. And so I guess when I was writing about passing, there's a preoccupation with the white gaze in lots of different mediums, and people get rewarded for appealing to it, even as they're doing a racial critique. But I always find it so much more fascinating, the debates Black people have with each other. What I loved about the last panel is so people think Black feminism is sometimes narrow and myopic, you're like, look, that last panel showed us like how ideologically diverse, how intergenerationally diverse, how geographically and linguistically diverse Black feminism is. And so I thank you, Régine, for creating the ability for us to recognize that. But I also think I get excited about that stuff. I mean, I'm just really interested in Black people and Black stuff. But I also find it so intellectually fascinating. Like, I actually get bored thinking about race and racism in very myopic ways. And I guess that's why I'm not just interested in Black feminism because I'm a Black woman and I feel like all answers are within this framework, which I think is true. But I also think it's like, if you're like really doing good scholarship and you're really like driven by the rigor and the curiosity and the questions, like that's the work that's gonna give us, it's so difficult to sometimes engage, and also it leads to such rich inquiry if you take it seriously. So I guess that's part of what like Black feminism gives me, but then the desire to get beyond the surface and think about the inner life and inner worlds in the interior spaces of Black people, it's like so much fun if you're a critic and you're trying to like, or you're a person and you like Black art, like it's a really hard, beautiful, difficult, exciting place to be. So, yeah, I don't know.
I just want to vibe off of what Salamisha just said about the breadth of Black feminism, and it's one of the reasons that sometimes I try to encourage students in my classes to also think about not just Black feminist thinking, but Black feminist thinking is also feminist Black thinking. And in switching the feminist, the location of where we put feminist in that syntax, what we're doing is we are demanding that, as Black feminists have done, that our capacity to think about Blackness, Black condition, and so on must necessarily be feminist. So all of a sudden, I can say teach Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man because I'm doing feminist Black thinking in and through Invisible Man, trying to understand how the conceptualization of Blackness and invisibility, the discourse of the psyche in that book, how is that understandable as a gendered term? And I think that's, I'm thinking, I was looking Salamisha through In Search of the Color Purple. Here's what Salamisha did in this book. Salamisha imagined that a relationship with a book, an iconic book, and its characters could be a rigorous intellectual practice of moving and thinking through healing from the traumatic. And then could figure out how to take, if that's one line, how to map that next to a social and historical discourse of especially the 1980s and of some of the difficult responses that Black feminists got from white communities, sometimes from Black men, in response to not just their work, but the arrival of their work in kind of public stages, right? So that there was a kind of personal thinking and then a social theorizing happening. And she does it by thinking with the author, Alice Walker, but thinking also with the book and the book's characters as if they have a material vibrancy such that part of the work of not just being a human being in the world or being a critic, but of being, I'll say, a Black feminist, is to appreciate the pantheon or canon of characters that Black women writers has given us as sources of intelligence. Wow. It's an astonishing thing. And it goes to the heart of what you were just describing in terms of the kind of stated investment in the interior. One of the best ways we can engage representations of the interior is through the works that Black artists gives us. They give us characters that we can then think with and think through as a way then to figure out better. That's what Bell Hooks does in Sisters of the Yam, right? And so that there's a genealogical relationship. Bell Hooks literally takes Black women's literature and says, I can use this to move through my life. And Salamisha Tillett, our great critic, does it. And it's an incredible model, I think, for any young person who wants to think about how can I write myself into being. This too is a way.
Well, and I want to say that you just made me think of, like, first of all, that's so nice, and this is what happens when you have a good critic and who reads your work, and the way I read other people's work, and hopefully the way I read your work, so thank you. It's really quite moving. And also this idea of the characters and taking them seriously, because what that means then is the reader, like we're talking about the Black interior, but it's also like the imagination of the Black reader as a Black interior space. And so, yeah, that's like deep. I'm like, wow, there's like so many levels to both the imaginative act and the interior world. So thank you. That's really interesting. Well.
If we can move from the interior to something that was mentioned earlier, the embodiment of the practices of freedom. I was listening to Professor Wright mention this earlier today, and I always like to ask questions when we have forums like these, because I think that we often position our scholars in ways that we forget about their own materiality, their own realness, their own practices. I wanted to ask if both of you could tell us about one or more practices that you engage in, that you do, that you practice, if you will, that might be considered embodied abolition. The work that you do, and I'm going to put this very specifically in Dr. Wright's context, the work that you do to care for both body and soul.
Yeah, you like raised the stakes with embodied abolition. I was like, I had my 10K training, I was about to say. But no, I do think I was really grateful for the concentration on the breath. And yoga is like really important to me in my life and in my healing as a sexual assault survivor. And it's also the place that I relinquish being a perfectionist, because like to be good at yoga, you kind of actually can't, you have to know you can't master it. So it's like a really important place for me to be. And then you're in collectives oftentimes if you're not practicing by yourself. So I think on a practical, spiritual, kinesthetic level, I think, and also someone who aspires to be a yogi, like I think that's all there. I actually was thinking the other thing is it's a very emotionally intense experience, but it's also quite physical, is mothering. And I think that, and it's a deeply political and profoundly radical act to be a Black mother, to be a Black mother now, to be a Black mother in the 19th century, to be a Black mother in 1619, right? So I think that's what I would say. I have these two remarkably complicated, beautiful children, a 7-year-old named Sidney, after Sidney Poitier and Sidney Bechet, and somehow he really takes on the mantle, which we didn't really know that would happen with the Poitier part. And then a 10-year-old named Seneca, named after Seneca Falls Convention, but also Seneca Village in New York City, who's a radical feminist, more radical than me. So there's a future, which is challenging and amazing at the same time. So I think I would say mothering as that, obviously in my case, since I birthed them, there's an embodied kind of abolitionist practice there, but also the ongoing nature of mothering, I think to me is both somatic and sensual and emotional and spiritual and all those things. And I'm very lucky to be in the journey with Régine, has a mother of 4, and then my sister is the other mother to my children. So I'm very lucky for that as well. So,
Kevin, your practices of embodied abolition, caring for both body and soul.
I don't know why when you asked that question, I both felt like I was on the verge of tears, but I'm often on the verge of tears. But also felt like I wanted to shy away from the word abolition, because I don't, because I know that I'm here. I know that that word here, H-E-R-E, is as an indexical term, has become very important to me in some of the thinking I'm doing now. What it means when one says here, how precise it is. It means a place, but it also is imprecise, because the one saying here knows its preciseness. The one encountering the one saying here has to do some work to figure out where that is. I'm here and I am trying. I'm trying to be a decent human being in the world. And I often stay on the scale of the small. And so maybe it is, I understand the scale of the small to be capable of profundity, but my own untutored Buddhist inclinations makes me want to just say, I'm here and I'm trying. And maybe one of the things I do is I try to stay on the scale of the small without betraying or compromising the fact that the small has ferocity and wildness and intensity, right? That I think I don't perceive. If Lucille Clifton writes in the scale of the small, I don't perceive that to be something that's in retreat or insignificant. It's like akin to what Alice Walker talks about in Search of Our Mother's Gardens, right? That we learn to appreciate the profundity in those things. So I try to stay on the scale of the small, and if I were to therapize myself, I might say that there's a way in which I can track how that might be related to my response to violences in my life. Even if that's where it comes from, it is the scale on which I then feel that I can inhabit this body and try to move in the world in a way that makes the most sense. And I also wanted to say that it was striking this morning. Demita Frazier talked about Buddhism. Alice Walker talks about Buddhism. Bell Hooks talks about Buddhism. And I find it so striking that there is this relationship. If I would not presume, again, in my untutored sense, to have anything definitive to say about Buddhism, but certainly thinking about change, thinking about stillness, and thinking about desire, and the way in which desire constitutes perhaps the source of much of our trouble and struggle, suffering. I try to stay on the scale of the small. And I used to be a little embarrassed about that, because there's something about masculinity and maleness. There's something about masculinity and maleness and trying to compensate for the masculinity that I might not have as a queer subject of Caribbean family, right? Like all of the things that one can multiply that then makes you think that the only way to be is to be big. Well, I am big, and I stay on the scale of the small. And those two things can be true at the same time.
I have just one more question left for our panelists, our guests this afternoon. So I'm going to ask those of you who do have questions to start thinking about them, making your way to the microphone as I ask this last one. There was, as I was reading through Hooks's work and just thinking about putting a conversation together with you and having reviewed some of your works in the last week, I wanted to ask what feels to me like a somewhat intimate question, especially for writers. Writing is often such a solitary profession, certainly the professional part of it. But I want to ask about what ideas are currently at the center of your passion. The quote comes from Bell Hooks. It says, "I am passionate about everything in my life. First and foremost, I'm passionate about ideas." And that's a dangerous person to be in this society, not just because I'm a woman, but because it's such a fundamentally anti-intellectual, anti-critical thinking society. And given this moment in which we are living, I wanted to ask about what ideas you are passionate about, almost as an exercise in Black fugitivity. So what ideas are you passionate about in this moment?
Oh, it's a heavy conference now. You go, because I started off other stuff.
This is the first part is a partial comment, which is to speak to you and with you, just out of gratitude for so much of the company that we have with each other, as infrequent as it is that we interact. The conversation we had in the back about Nina Simone and about your ideas is, for me, what revolution is. That word revolution I've been thinking about on the scale of the small. And there are these moments in some poems where Black writers use the word turn, and its turn is as it means, right? Like a character turns, or a person shifts, or someone turns something. And I've been re-indexing that idea of turn. What if turn is a revolutionary term? At least a revolutionary term scaled to my own modesty as the person I am. And so that's one. The second thing then is to think about the word here that I said. I'm trying, and maybe these are all indexical, directional terms, like trying to figure out how does one know that one has moved or is moving or needs to move? And I think that's at the heart of the question for me, but because I'm thinking about it on the scale of the small, I come back to words like here, I come back to what Horton Spiller says about the sermon. Spiller says, the miracle of the sermon, the African-American sermon, is not that the readers of the sermon, and she refers to the hearers of the sermon as readers, right? Because she's trying to dislocate the normative terms of literacy, right? Because she's talking about in a kind of historical context where perhaps the people who are hearing the sermon might not themselves have been literate, as we might normatively use that term. So the readers of the sermon, it's not that they don't know what the sermon is going to tell them. It is that they're thinking they already know, and surrendering to that they're transformed somewhere else. And she describes it almost, she said near the end of this essay, she says something like, the sermon doesn't soar, it doesn't fly, it never leaves the ground, by which she means that the intelligence of being moved by the sermon is not a transcendence, it is a return and a deepening of the kind of immanence of being in the thing. Baby Suggs, here in this place we flesh. Not unlike what the colleague did at the end of the last panel to say, get up, move, etc., right? The being returned. Toni Morrison, Song of Solomon, that you could fly without ever leaving the ground. And so I'm thinking about all of these things as, I'm thinking about the word turn and the idea of turn, the word here, and trying to understand here and turn as revolutionary terms, not unlike what Nikki Giovanni says in Revolutionary Dreams. Yeah, I think many people know that poem, right? That poem that says, I used to dream revolutionary dreams of showing America the right way to be. I used to dream revolutionary, and she would go on, and the poem says, and then I dreamt that then I dug that if I was doing what a woman does when she's natural, I would have a revolution. And there's this way in which the poem turns away from a dream projected there to a sense of the smallness of the turn. Last thing I will say, to come back again to this is another place where I think one of the achievements of this book is the way in which I read you as almost creating 3, if not 4 voices. The speaker shifts from allying with Celie to allying with Shug to allying with Sophia. And the shifts are very subtle in voice because I think I just think you're a masterful writer, and I have no problem reclaiming the word masterful, right? Because mastery does not belong to the logics of white supremacy. Otherwise, carpenters and artists and dancers and lovers can't do well or want to do well the thing they do. Because when you're trying to master something, you're not trying to dominate it. You're trying to stay with doing it a little bit better and doing it a little bit better and doing it a little bit better. And what we should want from our lovers is indeed mastery. You're a masterful writer, and so there's a way in which you are able to shift voice. And there are just these turns, not big dramatic things. They're just these small things. And then at the end of it, there's a speaker, Salamisha, the persona, who has arrived at a place through these small turns, almost like glimpses of the moon changing, so subtle, you barely notice it's happened, and all of a sudden you've got this full thing. And so, scale of the small, turn, and here. That's where I am.
Thank you.
Oh my
Thank
goodness. That's so beautiful. You're such a poet. Yeah, the Black Poem. I think something that I haven't, we've lived, but are writing about, thinking about, the Tony K. Bambara phrase that my sister kindly gave me reminded me of, like, sisterhood is a verb, right? And so this notion of sisterhood and siblinghood, sometimes when I explain the democratic possibilities of sisterhood through Serena and Venus, when you have 2 siblings who are competing against each other, the first time they did the US Open, and the prayer that happens before. And so you can have 2 people who want to win, want to compete at the best, and yet never forget the humanity of the other person, right? So you can have difference and love. You can have competition and freedom. And that's kind of what I see in that moment of their, the famous moment was like Gladys Knight and, the famous black woman tennis player who, no, it's not Althea Gibson, Zena Garrison. And anyway, so I think that to me, and I obviously am very close to my sister, and for us, sisterhood is a political practice that we've tried to operationalize and create an infrastructure for and share with the world and share with other young people. But sisterhood, I think, is really a really important passion and idea and concept for me. And I think, I don't know, I always want to, the French always have fraternité, and I think there's something deep about sisterhood that's so unrecognized and so underappreciated as a democratic site. So that's one. I think, we were talking about Nina earlier, and this idea. We went with my sister. I went to Paris recently, and then we did like a day trip to southern France, and we went to the 2 towns that Nina ended up in. And most people who, there's a lot of us who do Nina Simone work, but no one ever goes to Bouc Bel Air and try to figure out like where she ended, right? Because we have a very specific narrative of her decline. And Cher being smart, and she's always on the travel, so I opened with my sister and Alice Walker, and so Cher said something so profound. She's like, oh, it's so interesting that you're interested in these 2 black women from the South who, in their years, their final years, end up finding villages or town that are as small as the ones they come from the South, but that give them a different sense of possibility. And so there's like the mirroring. I don't think I would have known. Cher went with me she photographed Nina's childhood home, for Gagosian. So she'd been there, and then we go to Bouc Bel Air, and we're like surrounded by mountains, and it's like really similar to this like southern North Carolina town, but it's obviously different. So I guess for me, it's like this idea of freedom. Like, what would it have meant if Nina did find some semblance of freedom in her late life? Like, how does that change my story? How does it change our story of Nina? And is it possible to both have like a difficult ending, but also finding something that you couldn't find at home and have it in glimpses and moments? And is that, in a way, a journey of healing? And so I think for me, it's like a rewriting of how I understood Nina and how I think we should understand Nina. But it's also like you can only get that when you go back to where they were. So I'm grateful for that insight, and then also grateful for that choice. So I think an unfinished project of freedom. And back to what we were saying before, and in a way being okay with that, right? Which is slightly different than what Ronaldo was saying, but also complimenting. I think that I'll end with those two. Those two things I'm passionate about right now. And then aliveness, because it's my whole world right now.
We have a few minutes for questions before we wind down today.
Thank you so much. This is all? Yeah? Oh, good, there it is. Thank you so much. This was so excellent. I was telling Kevin earlier that, originally I was like, oh, I'll moderate the panel with Kevin and Salamisha. It's the last one. And then I was like, oh, no, I just want to sit down and enjoy it. So thank you for the gift, and thank you, Meredith, for the labor.
And the brilliance of the insight, too. Thank you.
Quick comment, Salamisha, actually, there's some Black French feminists that are theorizing sororité, which is, the female version, so sisterhood, so I'll give you some of those.
Yes, please do.
Afrofems, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so a question, both of you, this was exquisite, and I was moved to tears, as I often am, reading both of your work. And I am also struck by a similarity between the two of you, is that you're both so attentive to language and beautiful language. Like, you just both write so beautifully, regardless of what you're writing about. And there's this quotation in Black Aliveness that I've been obsessed with, and my students know because I put it like on the syllabus, and I've been like, I've been using it in talks. It's this one. We are not the idea of us, not even the idea that we hold of us. We are us, multiple and varied becoming, the heterogeneity of us. Blackness in a Black world is everything, which means it gets to be freed from being any one thing. We are ordinary beauty, Black people, and beauty must be allowed to do its beautiful work, end quote. And I wondered if I could throw the term beauty at both of you and ask you how these concepts of how beauty figures in the conceptualization of Black freedom and Black feminism. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess it's such a beautiful passage from Kevin's work, and I guess I should have really said collectivities are really interesting to me, and that's why we have the film series on collectivities, because that's another turn to what you quite poetically write about there. I think Kevin kind of answered it earlier, for me at least, when you were talking about, I guess it's the place in which Black people exist, if you think of it as an already beautiful place, then what gets created from that, the Black artists, I think. And so I think that to me is like an assumption I make about Black people, about our capacity, that we are fundamentally a beautiful people. Nina Simone has this great quote where she's like working and rewording Malcolm's By Any Means Necessary. And she says that Black people are the most beautiful creatures, right? And so it's her job to convince them of that truth. And to think about her music as trying to convince people, to convince Black people of their fundamental beauty is quite a daring thing. So I think that's what I would say that I assume. And I also, it's like if you read and live in the world of Toni Morrison, or the work that we've done together, my sister photographed my healing from sexual assault for about, how many years? 15 years. So the most traumatic thing that I've experienced, or one of the most traumatic things I experienced, and she turned it into this beautiful performance. And Régine's performed in it and been one of our first and primary actors, like, that's what Morrison does, right? Like, she takes the traumatic, and because she believes Black people are beautiful, the work is beautiful. So I assume that's the art can do that, and I appreciate when something gets transformed, as you're still dealing with the pain and the suffering and the horror. So thank you to Morrison, and thank you, Sherazade and Régine. And anyway, that's, I guess, lots of answers, but I assume the humanity and beauty of Black people, and so there's so much that's possible after that. So.
It's so kind of you to read and ask that question, and it gives me an occasion to say out in public what I said to you, the spirit with which you have given us this space, instituted this space. The word instituted there does not just mean about materiality or so on, but at the very beginning you said to us, we can study intelligently and brilliantly in any mode, especially in a mode that asks us not to be away from ourselves, but to be closer to ourselves. And I just so appreciate that, which is a beautiful thing that you've brought to us. And maybe it's connected partly to the very quick thing I was saying about mastery, right? That term mastery is so corrupted by the discourses of modernity and colonialism, that in a way we forget that mastery is also just a relationship to trying to practice a thing that you will never get, but trying to practice anyway. And I think about years ago when I was spending some time with some young students of color, and I was trying to figure out, I said this to them transparently, I was trying to figure out how I could get them to hear this next thing I'm about to say without it being an affront to themselves, which was simply, baby, what you've done is good, you can do better. And the reason that can be such a complicated thing is because if you're, we've talked about, say, being in predominantly white institutions where sometimes it feels like even before you've done the thing, someone has already said not good enough. And so then you become astute out of self-protection, out of necessity, to feeling like you've got to protect yourself. And that protective case then means that you are slightly awry of what the human condition asks of you, which is in some ways, and I get it, right? Because the human condition is not being offered to you, so of course you're awry to it, and you can't bear someone saying to you, good, do better, without it being an injunction against your person, except that none of us get to the intelligence that you've brought today, the intelligence you produce with writing. None of us get to anything that feels to us like the richness we know we can make without that again and again and again. And so there's something Lorraine Hansberry says, a classical people deserve a classical art. That language classical is about how do we, think about like playing an instrument. How do we make for ourselves language and possibilities such that what we want is the incline towards beauty, Toni Morrison, the incline ever towards beauty, regardless of if the world is already setting the terms where either we are exempted from beauty, which is absurd, or we're misoriented towards it because we understand it to be something that it should not be ours. And so I think it's that. I think it's the sense of practice and the grace of practice. To not be insulted or harmed by it, all of which I'm saying and know that, right, this is all horizon, to think about the Hurston horizon. I don't know what that looks like for any of us to take that up, but I know that it's something that I'm trying to think with. And that's, I think, where I think beauty resides as a kind of Black question, Black trouble, Black desire, Black ethic.
We have two members of our community who are poised to ask questions. We'll begin here, please.
Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Reba Dixon. So my question is about like the idea of, the quote, "Let the world be a Black poem," I think. I might have been writing it wrong, so I might misquote. But my question was, what does a Black world look like to individuals who are not Black? How do they inhabit it? And also, can they inhabit it, especially when many do not want us to gain our freedom, especially since the idea of freedom often means the enslavement or confinement of others, right? Especially in like Western society. Also, what of Black individuals who struggle and or reject their Blackness? So how would they inhabit this space? I'm just curious to your thoughts.
Well, I mean, I assume when people, not people like Kevin and Amiri, I guess, and others, when we are imagining this Black world, I mean, it goes back to the Combahee River Collective and this notion that if Black women are free, then it necessitates the freedom of everyone, right? And so that's not the exact quote, but it's that. So I think that's what, to me, the Black world is like, everyone's free. I mean, to free Black people, you got to do a lot of, and this is the abolitionist, this is at the heart of the abolitionist practice, right? How many systems of oppression does one have to eradicate in order for Black people to be free? How many forms of violence does one have to confront for Black people to be free? So I think the question is, I suppose, do other people want to be free, right? Because that would then be the resistance to Black freedom ultimately, I think. So I don't know. I think why we strive for Black freedom is not only for Black people, and not only for the Black people who identify as Black people. And Black feminism, I think, is so capacious and so open and beyond democratic that I think it's liberatory for everyone. So that's how I think of it. And I think that's what you're thinking of, and I think that's what Baraka's thinking of, and I think that's what Hooks and others are thinking of, and Drew Jordan are thinking, all of these people that we're grappling with and thinking of. So that's just one take, I think, on a Black world. Anyway. Yeah.
I just love beyond democratic, and I mean, there are many things I could say in response, but Bell Hooks' Sisters of the Yam was really important to me. A girlfriend of mine, Black woman, some 30 years ago, we were talking, and she goes, "You might like this book," and just casually handed it to me, right? Just in that way, right? That someone, right? I devoured it, and it changed my life. And the Blackness I was looking for, I found in a book that begins this way, which I think gets to the question. Sisters, and you who are our friends, loved ones, and comrades, I greet you in love and peace. There is an invocation of sisters, and then there's a M dash, which is to open the invitation. And so there's this thing about, right, like we can do the philosophical work of imagining and thinking about what it is to be human and free from the specific case of thinking through and as someone who's Black and female. And that, because we've for years done the philosophical work of imagining freedom through the kind of continental European philosophers who themselves were, right, that we can go there with Shakespeare, Audre Lorde tells us, right? So we don't have to presume that what Black women are saying about their lives is applicable to our lives, those of us who are not Black women, and we don't have to presume that what any Black woman says about her life is applicable to every Black woman's life. We can go there for the learning and stay with it and stay with the dissonance and so on. And I think it's that. It really is a simple move, and it's really hard to do. You can go there without wanting to dominate it. You can go there and trust that the speaker, who's Black and female, knows something and knows something you don't know, and you can learn from it. And I think it's that this book is Sisters of the Yam, Black Women and Self-Recovery. I am not someone who identifies as Black and female. This book, I will always come back to citing it because it saved my life. It continues to save my life. I am not someone who identifies as a Black woman. And I think it's as simple and as complicated as that.
Hello. All right. Jerry Hawkins from Dallas. I run an organization called Dallas Truth, Racial Healing and Transformation. Thank you all for being here. Salamisha, I want to start by, I talked to Alice Walker recently about the color purple, and particularly about my grandmother. Grew up in the 80s. My working class, poor grandmothers and aunts always watched the video, the VCR tape of The Color Purple. But it wasn't because they was just, resonating with the director's version of it. They resonated with these characters from the South, right? It's their experience, their mother's experience of being in the South right before they came to Chicago, where I'm from. And in that watching of those characters, because you all were talking about those characters so beautifully, they resonated with them so powerfully that they watched these things over and over. And I can imagine them seeing their freedom through these characters or what these characters may be, right? So I'm interested in what you think about, like us moving some of these conversations, because that's what I'm concerned about in Dallas, through the class politics of this work, right? I'm always trying to make sure our poor, our unhoused folks are in these conversations and hearing the work of brilliant scholars like yourself, but also, the brilliance that comes from them that helps us see, imagining freedom, right? Miriam Kaba has a great poem called Imagining Freedom. For Kevin, I'm really interested in your book. It's something I haven't been able to read yet, particularly because of the title, right? So right before I was supposed to read your book, I went back to Christina Sharp's book, In the Wake, and she has this line that says, at the danger of us is not recognizing that anti-Blackness is climate, right? And particularly in Dallas, because Dallas is the epicenter of Black trans women being killed. I think about Black men who are in my fraternity, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, who just participated in the unaliveness of this Black man, Tyree, right? And the expansiveness of Black feminism can change your life. After that, it's a recent Black trans woman was killed. Some Black men, we started this group where we were reading the essay Bell Hooks, Understanding Patriarchy, which is a brilliant definition. But I want to hear your thoughts about, particularly Black men. We see this room, right? We're missing from these conversations that could be not only liberatory to our community, but also expansive, because that's what Black feminism does. So just want to hear your thoughts on those things.
There's one that was just brilliant theorizing there. You did it. What I appreciated about the question was what a good critical reading of The Color Purple you did in the question, right? So Alice Walker writes this novel, and she writes it, and one of the things I love about this book is that she writes it in the voice of a Black teenager from the South, working class, and in the movie she's semi-literate, right? So what does it mean to center an American novel around Celie's voice? And it's such a remarkable contribution to literature that's why I think the story's so innovative and provocative. And then she's also like, the moment we encounter her, you know, she's being sexually assaulted, right? There's so much at stake in that character and that voice and it being on the printed page. But for Alice Walker herself, her mother couldn't read it. It was too much. That opening scene was too much for her. So she was committed to making it into a movie. This is why we have the film version, because she really wanted her mother to see and identify and understand the story. And not because her mother is actually the inspiration for the character Sophia. It's her grandmother that's the inspiration for the character of Celie. So I think there's such like, you know, think about all of the kind of class politics that are at stake in the creation of Celie in a novel, and then the desire for Celie to be on screen. So I guess I feel like you kind of, through your question, I guess I wanted to say that you both showed how Walker was able to achieve that through the adaptation, as complicated and challenging as it was for her, and as controversial as it was in the moment that it arrives on the screen. That this novel was trying to attend to all of those things at once. And we don't think of novels, we may think of novels as doing that, but I guess I think the class politics of The Color Purple are really important. The other part I would say, in terms of kind of answering your question, but I'll use The Color Purple, your second question to Kevin, but say through The Color Purple. When the book comes out, Alice Walker's critiqued heavily for two things: for showing this domestic violence and sexual violence, and then she's also critiqued for having Celie and Shug relationship as a viable relationship that's seen as, you know, a threat to the Black community and the Black family. That's a lot of the criticism. But it was really important for me as a writer, and most of the critics were Black men, right, to understand why someone like Quincy Jones, like, basically has a breakdown after he produces this movie. He puts everything on the line for The Color Purple, and why Danny Glover played Mr. And so I had the chance to interview them both, but Danny Glover in particular was so interesting because he was in Chicago, which was like the hotbed of criticism when the movie comes out. He's doing a play, and I interview him, you know, obviously recently, and he's looking back at that period. And the reason he did The Color Purple, and he plays the controversial Mr. character, and it also doesn't get nominated. He's the only, deservedly needs to get nominated, doesn't get nominated. And he says that he does The Color Purple because he grew up in California, but he would spend the summers in Georgia, and that Celie reminded him of his grandmother. So it was important for me to include Black men who supported The Color Purple, who saw something of their lives in the character of Celie or in the world that Alice Walker created, because I think it's easy to say that Black men were against this story, but it was important for me to recognize the beloved community that the book was able to create, both in the story of Harpo and ultimately Albert and Mr.'s, like, his reconciliation with the family, but also like the Black men who helped create the story and make it so memorable for all of us. So I guess that what I'm trying to say is that I'm always interested in how do we find different moments to enter and come to terms with and be in solidarity with Black women. And I feel like there are moments even in this very controversial text that we can see that as models too. So.
Thank you for the question. One of the things you said is that when, in the instance of the killings of Black people, one of the things you and your group did is you got together and you started a reading group and right to initiate a response. And I want to say two things about that. One is that, to me, that is a response of being alive. When I think about the phrase "we're here," I don't mean that to be naive of the intense realities, and not just for those of us who are here in the relative safety of this room. it's one of the reasons I am distinct in saying I don't write about Black life. I write about aliveness. I write about the qualities of livedness that I see in reading and thinking with poetry. But when I pick up a book, when I pick up Lucille Clifton's Quilting, and I think to myself, this book gives me life, I also mean that. And maybe it's only for me, but I mean it in the sense of this book helps me figure out how to go through the world. This book helps me to figure out how to support the kind of organizations I want to do, or how to know how to respond or feel in instance after instance after instance, or how to know and feel when those instances come close to me. And for me, it's important to not surrender, that we get life from the books and the art and the company and the gathering that you're describing. It's also important for me to remember, but I am alive. And maybe that but is it's a conjunction, but it's acting as an adverb there. But I am alive, right? So there's a lot of, it's almost like an ellipses there, right? And I think, again, not in a naive way, and it's why I don't talk about life, because I don't know that I have anything to say. I know that I encounter just walls of grief and sadness, and I'm also fortunate that I also then turn and take resources I have to say, these are things I'm going to do to try to grapple with this grief. And I don't have an answer. And anti-Blackness is indeed the climate. This book gives me life, but I am alive. And I guess I don't think those things have to cancel each other out. And if I may just offer, I could not have written the book on aliveness without this poem by Lucille Clifton, so I'm going to share it. I won't say anything about it. The poem looks like this. It has a block of text at the top. The block of text is from a letter that was written to W.B. Du Bois, and then the poem ambles down the page. I could not have written this book without this poem, which gives me life. Lucille Clifton's poems are often untitled, and so when people talk about them, they name them in regard to the first line. So the first line of this poem is reply, which is how people name the poem. Also, will you remind me your name?
Jerry Hawkins.
Jerry Hawkins. Jerry, do you happen to have the book on Black aliveness?
I do.
You do? Okay. If someone, I was going to offer you a copy because I carried one around. I'm happy to offer a copy to anyone. Not from the sense of, not in the sense of saying read it, because I live small, right? Scale of small, and I'm shy about. I work hard, and then I think, the work will do what it'll do, right? I learned that from witchcraft, that you make the spell and then you suspend it and then you, right? But just as an offering from one person who's trying to live in the world to another person who's trying to live in the world. So instead, I'll give you this poem by Lucille Clifton. It begins with a bracketed bit, as I told you, which reads, from a letter written to W.B. Du Bois by Alvin Borquest of Clark University in Massachusetts and dated April 3rd, 1905. And this is a quotation. The quotation is intense. We are pursuing an investigation here on the subject of crying as an expression of the emotions, and should like very much to learn about its peculiarities among the colored people. We have been referred to you as a person competent to give us information on the subject. We desire especially to know about the following salient aspects. 1, whether the Negro sheds tears. Then the quotation ends. Here's the poem. Reply. He do, she do. They live, they love. They try, they tire. They flee, they fight. They bleed, they break. They moan, they mourn. They weep, they die. They do, they do, they do. Ambling down the line of the page is this sequence, not complete, of these doings in a rhythm. They do, like a heartbeat, which is not a response to that horrid question. It's just an occasion of trying to approximate what cannot be approximated, which is Black life. And for me, I think that's where aliveness is. There are other things to be said about this poem, and I try to say some of them in the work. Clifton writes in a language and a vernacular that is of what we might call everyday, ordinary people, and so sometimes her small, simple language gets underread. You can underread if you want. The loss would be yours, and I think what is in this poem is this incredible meditation on what I then think of as aliveness, but the intelligence is not mine. The intelligence is Clifton and Lord and the people that, in a way, give me life, and I was just trying to articulate the line of something I see with them. It is not the same as what you've done, but I imagine that both of us are trying to just respond to the difficulty in the world with, this gives me life, and so here, but I am alive. So that's what I would say. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking that, too.
Kevin and Salamisha, for the gift of you, we thank you very much. Please give our guests another round of applause.
Thank you, Meredith.
Well, this brings us to our closing. Thank you. That really was a gift. I know you can get up, sorry, you don't have to stay there. So, I was just gonna do it, but. Let's take another deep breath, friends. In through your nose, hold for 3. And out through your mouth. Thank you so much. They do, they do, they do. This gives me life, and so here, but I am alive. Thank you for that. In her book, Freedom is a Constant Struggle, Angela Davis writes, quote, "What has kept me going has been the development of new modes of community. It is in collectivities that we find reservoirs of hope and optimism," end quote. It is in collectivities that we find reservoirs of hope and optimism. I know that I'm leaving here with my reservoir of hope having been filled by all of you. My reservoir of hope has been filled in the collectivities, in care, in organizing, in being poems for one another, in luxuriating over ideas, and affirming our beauty, in rest as resistance, in meditating on aliveness, in seeing newly and differently, in single small acts of care, in vivir sabroso, in hope, in imagination, in beloved community, in world making, in being addicted to freedom, and on and on and on, we fill our reservoirs of hope. I hope that you leave here feeling filled and feeling a little bit more free. Thank you so much for being with us today. Cue music.